mode. Oh, everyone checking their himbo ratings. Let's see. So Omega got a 44%, Hawaiian Pizza got 21. It's all that fish, Hawaiian Pizza. You need to be finding something other than fish for your diet. I know you're a cat, but you need more than fish. 58%, nice work. Also, thank you so much, Omega Platinum, for being first to the stream. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, we're able to get it out from under Volpecula's hands. Congrats on the Zeebiversary. Thank you so much. I'll be real with you. I was completely blindsided by the fact that there was a stream anniversary. I was, you know, very much not Brain, you can do this. Come on, Brain. Where's my brain at? My brain is gone. It's weirdly gone. Anyway, but yeah. So, streak is good. Oh, your mic is doing weird thing. Oh, hang on. How about things? I have no idea what it sounds like, is the thing. Right. Like, not enough gain going on? It's still cutting out randomly? Oh, no. Hang on, is that because of... So we've got a Wave XLR. Properties of the microphone. I'm gonna change it so it's explicitly the wavelength stream. Oh. No, that's not ideal. Why are you like this? There shouldn't be... Alright. Sorry, you probably can hear my... Be a RIA plugin. So something in the little thingamadiggy to keep track of whenever I do communications and what have you. It's got a pre-open, which is set to nothing. The attack is 3. So this should make it so that only when I get to a certain volume will it, you know, do its thing. A quick test of the recording feature in the Elgato Wave Link software. A quick test of the recording feature in the Elgato Wave Link software. Hopefully it doesn't do any cutting off. A quick test. There might be a little bit of microphone. I might be having some microphone issues, apparently, to peeps. Your mic is doing weird things, still cutting off randomly. Volume, let me... If it's still happening or not. Like, I'm looking at, like, the mic auxiliary stuff, and, you know, it's still at the same... Volume's going up and down if I'm talking or not talking. So I have no idea if it's because of... Like, is my audio going through something else? Like, did I just accidentally, like, solve it already? So, wavelength stream. The wavelength stream should be the default already. Studio, two-tone. No, let's turn off that audio enhancement. I don't need any audio enhancements from Microsoft because I already have Elgato doing stuff. So maybe that will be it.
Hello.
Still cutting out randomly. Why? Oh boy, it's still cutting out and going Frank Water from National Tiles. Okay, so maybe... Currently being used. Alright, hopefully that's going to be a little bit better. Is there any weird S's or cutting offs or anything like that? Because it should just be going through the wavelink stream right now. This is going to be relatively fun. And then... for the sake, let's head over to... Algae, and then it just cuts out. What the fuck? Why? What does it sound like? Gonna be because of something else entirely different. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Gonna be because of something else entirely different. Nope, it actually does a proper cutoff, which is not great. That's even worse. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Who knows? It actually does a proper cutoff, which is not great. I am here if you ask me. Hi there, YY. No, I haven't asked. Was like something when I was in a Discord call with him, But I thought, like, because of the Discord call, okay, what is voice mod doing? Is voice mod deciding to be... Is voice mod trying to do something and it's like, you know what? I'm just going to exit out of voice mod. Because maybe voice mod is trying to do some bullshit. Let's see. All output device. No, hang on. Oh, actually, maybe could it be because of the audio thingamadoogies? Like, yeah, no. Okay, so when you're doing nothing on that, and then we've got like the wave stream link stuff. You said why? So the wavelink stream, we're not having it listening. We're having it continue running when on, you know, battery power. Fuck it, I'm just gonna put up to a, oh, maybe not do it to 100. Let me just do like 75 or something like that. 70. Kind of need that because the wavelink software itself, it's on studio. Like, as far as I know, there shouldn't be a proper problem with it. I'm gonna unmute this stream and see what it sounds like with me. Whether it's gonna be doing any weird S's or, you know, cutting off at random moments while I'm talking. And given that I've been talking like nonstop for the last 30 seconds to a minute, this is probably gonna be the best opportunity I have, especially when it finally decides to cut into me. Whether it's gonna be doing any weird S's or, you know, cutting off at random moments while I'm talking. And given that I've been talking like nonstop for the last 30 seconds to a minute, this is probably going to be the best opportunity I have, especially when it finally decides to cut into me. Don't know if that's because of, like, you know, buffering and what have you, but knowing my luck, that is not going to be a good thing. Goodness gracious. It did the S thingy-madiggy again? Here's the annoying, you know, filler noises. I do a lot of filler noises when I'm talking, especially the S's, like, some of it, you know, might be, you know, I don't have a really good solution for that. And then in other cases, maybe I have just irrevocably ruined my audio levels. Like, I don't think I've irrevocably ruined it. Like, you know, right now, like, I don't have any different scenes. So right now it's disabled the Windows audio ducking for monitoring purposes. Let's see here. Peak samples. So we got sample peak, normal decay rate. Gosh darn it. This is going to be a bit of a... This is really going to be a bit of a critical problem. Like, I don't know if the warning recordings cannot be paused if the recording quality is sent to same as stream. Yeah, the recording quality is the same as stream, so... Yes, and there's dropped frames and what have you, which is... Now I need to double check and make sure that I'm not having my, I have an unraid machine that might be trying to do some yeah, it's trying to get like a whole ton of Taskmaster episodes. Give me a second. Bam. I need to limit that out because right now I have like an offline. Why is it grabbing like season? Like, it's grabbing several seasons of Taskmaster right now. Like, what the fuck? Where is my, where am I? Is the it's trying to grab a higher quality, isn't it? Because most things have been 1080p and this is trying to get, yeah, I've got like a lot of seasons that are like 480 and it wants to up it to like a higher quality. Jesus Christ. I think I just had it at any quality. I didn't think I asked for it to be at the highest. Either or, that has now been paused. So, or not paused, but it's being like reduced and what have you. Audio issues will be gone, and, you know, hot throbbing side stick isn't just, you know, dipping in and dipping out, although it does look like they were watching without audio, so who knows if they're even still here. Is all of my usual peeps still here? Is Vulpecula here? YY? Hawaiian Pizza? Davy Boy? Because here's the thing, is that if it's happening in the Discord and it's happening in OBS as well, then the likelihood that it's limited to a particular application is very, like, it's like no, this is a genuine, like, an issue with the microphone or the Wavelink XLR that I have instead. And I don't think I've knocked this microphone enough times to actually break it. I should ask my spirit advisor if I'm in fact lurking in this chat while playing Animal Crossing. Well, if you want to, you're fine for continually playing Animal Crossing and what have you. I was just wondering if you were still here and whether or not you were, like, hearing myself or me, GrantZeebs, and what have you. Like, the only other way I can think of like, you know, doing the double checking of the audio. Oh my god, why does sound... Okay, that's weird. I saw the microphone, like, sitting at a very high, like, level. Like, do I need to turn... I'm gonna see what happens when I turn off the, audio effects. Alright. So now there's no filters going off on this thing, so this is probably going to be very terrible to hear right now. It's probably, like, ludicrous. It's just not good whatsoever. So if I look at my mic and auxiliary and I turn on the monitoring and output, speech jammer engaged, because I can just hear myself. Resetti? Who the fuck is Resetti? Never heard of Resetti before. Life needs a reset button. Life does need a reset button. Like, who knows? Okay, so maybe it's the Reaper plugin? Because the Reaper plugin is meant to be used for, because, yeah, I've got Regate, which is meant to be a noise gate. So, hang on. So, volume effects. So we can turn on the Regate, and with luck, that's not gonna... I heard it. I heard it then. So there's a good possibility that Brain, you can do this. Come on, Brain. Like, is it because of clip guard? Optimizes. There it is again. Activate the gain reduction LED indicator for clip guard. I heard it then. I heard it in OBS. Goodness gracious. This again. So, and there isn't... There isn't any audio effects running right now. Like, this is just me. Also, turn off voice focus, please. And what is it? What is the reason? Is it because of the audio enhancement, like just being explicitly enabled on Wavelink? Resetti is that mole in Animal Crossing that used to preach and rant against you if you'd exit the game without setting. Ah, okay. Hence the name. I'm gonna move to sitting down, because I am really curious on when the next time it's going to do the weird, like, cutting off my volume and doing the S's. Because it doesn't look like it will do that while the wavelink audio thingamadiggy is running. Let's see. Device sound, PC sound. So we got a headphone. Activate this if you have low impedance headphones. I don't know nor care. Alright, so we got audio enhancement. You can't see what it is that I'm working on right now, but I'm just looking at my like wavelength software, because everything that this microphone does has to go through wavelength. It's an XLR microphone, so I can't just plug it into the back of my PC with one cable. It actually goes through this... I don't know how to explain what the Wave XLR is. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna have to Google that. How do I explain what the Wave XLR is? What is it? A USB interface. Oh, okay, so that's what it is. It's a USB interface. It has a built-in phantom power as well, so then that way, if I ever do get a microphone, which is normally in... I think it's condenser microphones that want phantom power. Some of them, you know, can go with very little power, but 75 watts helps with, like, nearly all of them. There is some microphones that need way more, like the Shure SM something or rather. I think it's like 500 or something. I see it asking about the SM7B. Elizabeth didn't say you don't really need a cloud lifter or any other gain booster. Yeah. So minimize you. Okay. So yeah, the looks to be okay. All right. So if I turn on audio effects, the second I turn on audio effects, it just does the S's noise. So, all right, we're one step closer. Wave SLR, audio effects, cut out. Cutting out. I don't have the. So if I start, this isn't the only. Deleted it when asked if I want to delete all settings. I click yes, then I reinstalled it from the download on the website with compression, noise removal. Okay, that's gonna be annoying. Like, older versions where you need to turn off on the way, but I imagine you're able to check if audio enhancements. All right, how many other audio enhancements? Because there shouldn't be. Ideally, there should not be any audio enhancements going off on the thing, but you never know. All right, so if I go to recording, go to wavelength stream, listening, levels, advanced, it doesn't have any mention of that. Is that because of the auxiliary? Hang on. Headphones, levels, advanced, spatial sound. Riveting stuff, I know. Click on the apply, repeat the steps, continue, please get in touch. I don't want to because if I delete the application, it means I also have to delete the enhancements that are in here. But now it has the audio focused for the audio effects turned on. Maybe I will have to. What's up, YY? What technical issue are you solving? Okay, so the software I use with this microphone came with Elgato's like audio interface. It is called Wavelink. Wavelink is allowing me to use features. So a noise gate, a compressor, equalizer. I then also have like pitch and reverb for when I'm hyper himbo, which is really awesome. But if I am running audio effects, apparently one of the new things that happens is sometimes it will cut off my volume and then it will just leave S's. And I can hear it happen when I turn on audio effects. Right now I have monitoring turned on, so I hear what OBS is hearing. Because if I listen through wavelength, it doesn't give me that nonsense. It only gives me, you know, what I give it via this microphone. But I'm interested to hear what happens after it goes through wavelength. So if I turn this, you get, you know, all that noise, which isn't great. But I don't need it. It would be nice. And I kind of need it for the microphone. That's the problem. And no new plugins, auto scale, plugin window, form on new plugins, input and output buffer. If I do large, restart wavelength to apply these. Maybe that will do it if I have a wider input output buffer. So you won't... Oh, wait, no, you can still hear me. So, it... Oh, it's running again. But yeah, if I don't have the Wavelink software, the mic doesn't work. Normally, if you want to uninstall and reinstall stuff, it's best to actually do a restart in between the steps. So like you uninstall software, especially if it's driver related, you want to uninstall, restart the PC. After the restart, that should clean up any leftover drivers and such like that. So when you go and do an install, you're not, you know, bringing in any of your old stuff and all that kind of nonsense. So that's why I'm very apprehensive of like just uninstalling Wavelink and putting it back in again. So, but I've recently turned on the thingamadiggy to be like, oh, hey, let's just have it so that it has a large buffer. So I'm kind of curious what will happen when I turn on audio effects. Because it does, like, a little bit of cleanup. Just a little bit. And already it, like, instantly did an S. I have no VSTs plugged in right now. And it just instantly was like, hey... let's just cut off your volume and just go tss. And I don't... Nope, it does that just because. Alright. I'll turn off the monitoring and output because I can't do that. Alright, note to self. I will need to fix the... So... mic will be in lower quality. Mic quality will be questionable as wavelength audio effects will make it worse. So let's just have that going for who knows how long. So, and then hide that for myself. But yeah. Hi everyone! 36 minutes into the stream and there was like this kind of jank. I am really annoyed of that kind of jank though, to be honest with you, because this means that this was like, you know, an issue that, because like the only other thing I was doing today was I was in VR chat. That's the only other thing that I was doing today, like socializing wise, was being in VR chat, which, you know, there's a microphone in the headset. So hands, there we go. So that is of better, apparently you know, no problems there or what have you. But yeah, crisp click there. But yeah, I just want to get chatty for a little bit. I still have like, you know, however long we have, but one of the United States just went through a like this like North America, really, not just the United States, because normally what goes off in North America is that July 1st you have Canada Day, which is sort of like Canada's Independence Day. But you know, they're part of the Commonwealth and what have you. And then meanwhile July 4th you have the United States having their Independence Day. Normally I would be, you know, I would try and do some sort of celebration thingy-majiggy for it, the 4th of July thing, but like some of the stuff that had been going off, especially with like, you know, the small pieces of news that I was getting from it and such, I was very much, hi there, Izzy, welcome to the stream. The small pieces of news I was getting from the United States most recently, I was just very, like, disappointed in and what have you, because, like, most recent, like, you probably don't explicitly come to my streams to get, like, news updates and, or, you know, my political takes and what have you, but I still want to, like, talk about my thingamadiggy about at it and such, and that was that because of, like, the most recent like bill, they call it, I hate the name because it's they decide to call it the big beautiful bill because it is an absolutely massive bill. And yeah, it's like, oh yeah, Donald Trump signs it on Friday on Independence Day for the Americans, and it's just like, well, that just fucking sucks, because even like during like some of the shittier like times, normally 4th of July, I normally didn't feel like, you know, from 2016 to like up until this year, you know, a celebration or an acknowledgement of Independence Day wasn't ever, you know, there wasn't much of a question. It was like, yeah, no, it's a bit of a patriotism thing, but not in like a douchey kind of way. And I just want, like, it was like, you know, celebrate 4th of July, Independence Day, and, you know, for the people and what have you. But yeah, with this year, it didn't feel right, which is really disappointing because for me, I identify as American. My mom was born in Boston, raised in California. My dad, while born in England, was raised in Canada, and you know, my parent and my grandparents on my mom's side American and what have you. And even though I was born in Sydney, within less than a year, our family like moved to the Middle East. We lived in Iran, we lived in Dubai, and the way, like, you know, because even though I was like raised in the Middle East and such like that before the 2000s, we were what was called expatriates, and you hung around like American and Canadian. So for the longest while, because of, you know, the accent that I had, the people I hung around with and what have you, I saw myself, especially when I was in Australia, or, you know, I still am in Australia, like, for a long time I saw myself as, oh, I'm American or American Canadian. So there was that. Even though I've, like, lived here for, like, over half my life, I've now, like, you know, born in, like, 93 and we're in 2020, like, you know, basically 20 years of my life at this point I've now lived in Australia. It's hard for me to say that I am Australian just because the accent, the mannerisms, and the thing is that, like, any Australian that talks to me, like, maybe this is just because of maybe it's more of the autism than it is the accent, but like they pick up on something else about me that I'm just different. So, and for a while I was totally fine with that. Like, you know, yeah, hi, I'm Grant. I'm, you know, different from every other Australia around me because I'm American and such, and I didn't have an issue with being, like, being American, even when, you know, there was like small fuck ups here and there. But yeah, with like the most recent events going off and what have you, and I don't like. Yeah, I just didn't feel didn't feel good. And it's like, what was there to celebrate? Hop down. There's nothing to celebrate unless you're an intense rate. That's the thing. Like, that's the thing, Izzy, is that the point of the Independence Day, much like, you know, Australia Day, Canada Day, the King's birthday, like the whole point of the holiday was that it was solidified as a celebration of your nationality, but it wasn't supposed to be like, you know, super overt. Like, because with 4th of July, it's the whole reason it's there is because during 1776, members like the forefathers of the United States, 13 colonies, grouped up and signed the Declaration of Independence and were working on a Bill of Rights, and, you know, declared themselves free, independent people because of the events that happened in the American colonies, because of taxation issues, and that they didn't feel that their rights or their values were, you know, being properly treated by British rule, and wanted to secede. So like that's how the history is and what have you. And there was a time where there was great things done in the United States, so that even when we had like 4 years of questionable, like actually more than 4 years, even though we would have like questionable bullshit going off here and there was still, you know, you didn't feel like a, you know, a total piece of shit. But given like we're not even halfway through. Like we're in the first year. We've only just crossed out from the first 100 days, and you know, that's like your like the thing you open with like, you know, nothing to celebrate unless you're like racist, bigot, poor people hater, or just isolated from the news, is that like that's the impression that people have of Americans, and it's one that I have started having of Americans as well. So now there's this cognitive dissonance going off in my head of like, you know, me, GrantZeebs, I, you know, for the longest time have identified as American because of like the weird way like that I was born into this world, and that I never really had my own like sort of place and what have you. And the easiest means that people identified me and that I was able to accept as an identity was being like American Canadian, and I like way more American than Canadian for a while. And you know, at this day and age, it's like even after like 20 years in Australia, I don't feel like an Australian. And with what's happened in the last year, like, yeah, it's a so yeah, like I didn't like I know there are some people that, you know, can still celebrate 4th of July, and for them it's a celebration where they tell themselves it's not about the administration or the direction that the country is going because of the administration, but because of the people within it, the friends and families, the bonds that they have formed within the country. But yeah, that it doesn't hit it for me. Like this is a weird, really weird thing for me. So, like, cause yeah, like what the fuck are you meant to do with an identity that you thought was, you know, fine for like the last, you know, 20 years or so? Like, what? Yeah. Also, hi there, Warhorse Indra and Fakovia. Welcome to Welcome, welcome. Just had a bit of a downer opening, but that is how it is when you go through like a weird sort of like, you know, long weekend entry and you have like, you know, American Identity and like family over in the States. Oh my goodness, I forgot to send my grandfather a I need to send my grandfather an update, or, you know, just a little celebration thing. I'll do that after stream. I'll have free time tomorrow and such like that, and we'll just, you know, I'll write him my thoughts and what have you, because he's probably having the same sort of thoughts as well, because like he lives in the States as well. He's lived there for like over half his life now, but he's not like one of the things I've learned recently within the last year is that he's not explicitly American either. Like he doesn't have like a citizenship like I do. He has a green card because he's actually a Canadian living in the States, which is kind of crazy. So hence why like my mom, you know, gives me a ring and like because I was like, oh hey, what is an appropriate time to find flights to go to the United States, because I want to visit friends and such. I mean, my mom calls me and she's just like, Grant, what are you doing trying to go to the States? Have you not been seeing the news? They just kicked out the head librarian and from the Library of Congress. Your grandfather's work is in jeopardy. He could be deported. Like I hear that. So it's like, oof. So would be good. But yeah, I'll try not to think about the United States and what have you for this stream. Who knows how long that is going to last. We'll start a clock on that one, and instead we'll focus on the fact that I was blindsided by the fact that it is my stream anniversary. I was not aware it was my stream anniversary. You think I would know this, that, you know, it comes around like every year since I've been an affiliate, and I'm pretty sure this is like, what, the 3rd or 4th affiliate anniversary I've gotten? Like, when did I start streaming? Like, when did GrantZeebs first start streaming? Question mark. Let's see. So there's been a past VOD in 2023. Let's see. There's gotta be some sort of like system out there. Like, does this thing tell me the Twitch tracker? It tells me when I first created an account, but it doesn't, which was like 2021 in April. Did I start streaming like basically then? So 2021, so 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. So yeah, yeah, if I got my affiliate anniversary in like, you know, July or something like that, then that means that this is like my 4th year of streaming now as an affiliate. That makes sense. Like, because I'm pretty sure I start... Like, yeah, Jesus, 4 years. Actually, what I could probably do is I just need to look at my, my thing of, like, you know, subscribed for... Yeah, 48 months. I think a lot about video essays. I love listening, and how it's very difficult to believe in America that Americans have always sold it as. The country has become untenable. A video essayist. You'll need to share who the video essayist is. I very much love video essays. The most recent one that I've been getting into, like, there's been a few, but there is this one video essayist that I like called Noah Caldwell Gervais on YouTube. I'll post them in my in the What's Mahoozy clips and videos. So So their username was like Castastatic. That's him. Oh my god, I have not seen his most recent work. The last thing I was watching was his Cult of the Lamb. So the most recent ones he's done. So a month ago he did the new Doom. And then he did Horizon Forbidden West. Okay, so I'm gonna need to... And then he's got unlisted legacy videos. He's got Patreon updates. Where... And then he's got a 10th anniversary on Patreon. That was a year ago. This... Okay. Because... Yeah, the some of the stuff that I've seen from him have been things such as his explanation about the Dragon Age series. I loved that. I was going through a little bit of the Crisis video. They have like so many like essay videos that I want to go through and such, but at the same time, I don't want to like go into an essay video that's going to explain something in a game that I'm kind of interested in playing, such as the Gears of War series. I think the last he's mentioned the country was in his Fallout video. Ooh, okay. All right. So Fallout. Let's see. Oh, I do want to see that Diablo one, which is apparently a franchise retrospective from a year ago, playing Quake for the story, a thorough look at Fallout, revised, expanded HD. Okay, I'm going to put that on my watch later. So that was a year ago. Does it give me like a date when I hover over it? So that was August 2020. That's more than a year ago. What the fuck, YouTube? August 30th, 2023. My word, that was during the Biden administration. This is gonna be some real interesting insight into, you know, the thingamadiggies. I'll be real with you. If he was having that kind of stuff going off. But he is talking about the Fallout series, which, you know, the Fallout series was created by Brits doing an interesting dive into the United States, and they're like, you know, hyper, like, you know, 50s vibe and what have you. So it is still gonna be a very interesting, I'm gonna have to be a little more focused now because like I'm so engrossed in like when they're talking about like, you know, like the video game and such itself, that it wouldn't have mattered if it wasn't the Biden administration. Trump 1 happened and the US refused to recover from it. That is also true. Also, hi there, Davey boy. Welcome back. So yeah, I just had like a little bit of an explanation of like just my cognitive dissonance over my like, you know, my nationality identity and the most recent events going off in the States. So, but we're moving on from that and continuing on with the surprise that it is my affiliate anniversary and that I've been streaming for the last 4 years. And in those 4 years, I have played through a number of video games. And there has been a lot of video games that I've gone through, but I'm gonna be frank with you, I haven't finished all of them. There are a number of video games that I have not completed. Alright, is it gonna let me? Yes, cool, awesome. There are a number of video games that I have not completed. You can see them over here. Things such as Armored Core 6, BioShock 2, Blueprints, Dark Souls 2. I'm gonna be real with you. Dark Souls 2, I rage quitted on that one because I accidentally killed an NPC and the game crashed or something like that. Then we got Doom the Dark Ages because, you know, I picked up on that and I was like, it's okay, but like it was very much I don't know how I feel about it, like, you know, as for the boomer shooter that it was. Dying Light 2 was definitely like, you know, pick up, but ooh, excuse me. I tried to speak through a burp, and that didn't work out too well. You know, I picked up Dying Light 2, didn't have too much commentary, and it's way too open world. I remember Hades being like a filler game for me. I have not properly finished Hades. Like, I've not gotten to, like, whatever the end is and such, because it is a roguelite, and is very much a case of you need to be mechanically sound with it in order to reach the end. Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, that one I got going off on the PlayStation. Monster Hunter World, I technically have gone through, like, the quest line, like, the main quest line stuff, but there's still, like, the guiding lands or something like that. So I've not yet properly, like, you know, finished that game, because I think, you know, you go through the guiding lands, and then you need to get to, like, Fatalis or something like that. Ninja Gaiden Sigma, we picked up on that when I had like a week off from work, and I was like, let me just pick up all these different games that you can get on the Xbox Game Pass, and I didn't finish those. Pacific Drive is another one of those. Elder Scrolls 4 Remaster, good old Elder Scrolls, and then Warhammer 40k Dark Tide. I feel like that one is a bit of a... Like, that one I've not explicitly streamed with, but it is a game that I have picked up and played with streaming friends, and I've not gone too far into the leveling. Like, that's a game as a... You didn't finish Dark Tide, Lamau. Like, it's a game as a service. It's a bit like Fortnite and shit like that. It's not like Payday 2 where there's an actual like story conclusion or anything like that. At least as far as I know. That's not a game with an ending. Okay, well, I am gonna go and remove that. So we only have 12 titles that we need to deal with, all right? We got 12 titles to go through. So let me, we're gonna spin this wheel. We're gonna see what the first game is. Also, I probably shouldn't like put all my time into this stream into one game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give myself a little timer. Ding. Timer. So, and it's gonna be, it doesn't, so let's make it, all right, and then let's say second, minute, hour. Let's say we're gonna put in, I've got a lot of games, so there's like 30 minutes we're gonna have to put into this thing, and it's gonna go into the timer. Message, hours, minutes, seconds. We won't put any leading zeros in. And okay. So yeah, so we'll put like, so let's figure out, let's figure out what game we're playing. There's too many options for me to do a poll because there's 12 different thingamadiggies, and it lands on... Oh no, don't have me hit a Dark Souls on the first go. Woo! Cool. Okay, I can handle BioShock 2. So, BioShock 2 is the first game we're going to go through. So let me update my little thingamadiggy. So, BioShock 2. And... Donk. Bam. So we're gonna... Let me get... Where's my... There it is. Now, where is BioShock 2? I do have BioShock installed. There we go. Will it launch from here is the question. Hopefully it will launch. Also, I have a controller, so hopefully it's not going to have... Oh, wait, did I play this with a controller, or did I play this with a, whatsamahoozies? A, keyboard and mouse? That is the question. Like... Oh, the controller is being disconnected and disabled. Alright. Alright, let's see how we go. Art Deco intensifies? Yes, the Art Deco will intensify. So... Is it gonna... Press space to continue. Alright, so we need to return to the docking platform. Why do I have a film? Oh.
I was afraid of this. Mother has bombed out the ballast compressors, Father. The lifeboat will be too heavy to launch. Unless... Let me think. I think I can boil away the water and get the lifeboat to rise, but I can't generate that much heat alone. It's time to recruit the rest of Mother's little sisters. We're taking them with us. Head to the pediatric wards.
Okay, hang on. Where am I going? You have a multi-part goal. Press M on the goal. Okay, cool. So we got multiple things to deal with. Find the pediatric ward in the infirmary wing. Alright, so... Oh. Heal. That'll be very important. Bot shutdown is fine. Alright, so... Plasmids are... Why is there no music? Like, hang on a second. Why is there... Where is the music? Reverb is off. Music volume is, like... Adaptive training, dialogue, subtitles, yes please. Item shimmer, please turn that on. Usable objects, thank you. Disable the Vita chambers, no. Ow.
I won't let her take you from me again, Father. Hold on.
The fuck? Why is there, like... Because that's not fucking freaky.
This is not a sermon. I will offer no insight. Every word I speak, you already know.
Mother's people are starting to detonate the charges. We don't have long. We're almost to the pediatric ward. I expect we'll be fighting our way inside.
Oh, hello, fella. Actually, can I use the film on you? No, I can't. Alright. Alright. Oh. Ah! Shit. Oh, research is completed. Never mind. There we go. Fuck you.
When you've cleared them out, I'll need a signal. Push the call button on the window there, and then I'll proceed.
Until we hit a major plot beat, you can't quite chart where we are in the story. Cool. Awesome. Okay, it's very loud. I am going to adjust the volume. Hang on a second. The sound effects we're going to do is like 5. The voiceover we're going to do is 8. Music we're going to do is 3. Holy... And also master volume we're probably just going to do 7. Here we go. Where the fuck is... Where the fuck? Crazy man. No idea where he is. Where the fuck? Uh-oh. Ow, fuck you. Go.
I gotta go. Wash my hands. Come back to complain, huh?
Fuck you, you splicer.
I'll wake the children up. They're stronger than they know. With their help, I should be able to boil off the water and get us all out of here. Go on ahead, Father. I'll free them as quickly as I can, just as you showed me.
Okay, so
You
I think I think
are not saving them, Delta. No matter how pure your intent. The surface is not paradise, but perdition. I would sooner see them drown.
okay, so we've
Look, Father, I know you may not have wanted a daughter, but love is just a chemical. We give it meaning by choice. I will be damned if I let Mother take you away from me again.
is she like in the big sister suit or
The plasmid, Father. Just point the way and I'll help you fight.
nice try. Oh, probably don't want to use, like, the powerful rockets, because...
That's another charge gone. We have to keep moving. If this building falls, we're all dead.
There we go. Ow. Oh, it's another... There we go. Alright. Damn it, there's no sprint. I don't know why. I keep thinking there's going to be a sprint, but there isn't. Aim and shoot the plasmid and your daughter will come knocking.
Was to be a composite of all rapture.
Well, the question is how do I change my plasmids?
Living utopian, serving the world at large with no regard for herself. To force consciousness on such a being is to tear its wings away. That was your gift to her, Delta. Just as she hoped. You must be very proud.
No idea what you're talking about, lady. Also, I forgot to hit start on the timer. Hang on a second. Let me just... Bam. Is it doing it? So if I click start... There we go. Come on, game. Don't crash on me. There we go.
Steady, Father. Don't let go now.
Alright.
Wake up! Why don't you wake up? I will not! Come and help me, Go!
There we go. Is this the right way? Hopefully so.
I heard that. The war is...
This is not a sign. I will offer no insight. Every word I speak, you already...
We're nearing another pediatric ward. It will be guarded, Father. Get ready.
Cool.
When you've cleared them out, I'll need a signal like before. Push the call button and I'll proceed.
Quick, someone! Go on!
Where the fuck is this magical man?
Children from us?
Where the fuck is he?
It's unsanitary!
Yep, you're right. It's Q. With luck, we'll actually get through this before the 30-minute timer goes up. Because, yeah, if she's in this suit or what have you, I don't imagine that we're, you know, very far from the end.
Yes, we're ready for the ballast tank. I can boil off the water and get us out of here. We must return to the docking platform, Father, now.
On my way.
You granted Eleanor the will to choose. And now, like a plague, she spreads it to those innocents.
Listen to this woman being like, oh, Eleanor has free will. How dare you apply this to my daughter?
Is a curse, Delta. You are damning them.
Fuck you, lady, just because you want to, like, reverse women's rights? God damn, this lady is crazy. Alright, am I going the right way? Hopefully I'm going the right way. And then... Yep, cool.
I'm stepping inside the ballast tank, Father. Come up to the glass once you're ready for me to begin. There's no going back once we start.
Oh, damn. Why are they all on fire?
You would rip my only daughter from her home and family and feed her to a world without hope. Utopia may die with her. I would sooner see us fall. Goodbye, Eleanor. Mother will be waiting for you.
Here they come, Father! Hold them off until I can bring it to a boil.
Do we get like a little... Oh, insect swarm will be an interesting one to try out. Ow, fuck you.
Nearly boiling.
You wear the mark of a beast. Thou art slain.
Okay, the insect swarm might be still alive, and everyone... Yo.
It's boiling. I can help you fight back now. Use the plasmid.
Cut that out to some. Strip that suit off you. All you
I had no idea what that ability did. Ow, fuck you.
It's like the Romans. All you fucking
Oh, maybe the drill is gonna be good here. Yep, drill would be good. But oh my god, there's so many noises. Hi there, Super Super.
Docking mechanism.
Where's the docking mechanism? Oh, it might be up above. Hang on a second.
have some of that. He's gone. Glory be to God.
The elevator to the lifeboat is flooded, Father. We have to equalize the pressure in here or the door won't open. Destroy those glass tubes to flood the room.
There we go. Hopefully that will do it. How's it going, Super Super?
Father, we're launching. Get to the elevator.
Yeah, alright. Let me just, try and swim my way. Oh, I won't. I'm gonna have to walk the long way, apparently, in my little... Oh, wait, no, hang on. There's gonna be a way to get to the elevator. Wait, not this way? What? Which way? Where did they... Oh, okay. We will be reborn in the womb of the ocean. Yes, you will.
The bombs, Father! We're falling! Run!
Oh, there we go. There's gonna be an explosion there, isn't there? Yep, that's a problem. Oh, hello! Commander Zhao, welcome to the stream! Hopefully you're... Welcome, Raiders! And the thingamadiggy is exploding. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. It's a late night for me, and I have been streaming. I didn't realize it was my stream anniversary. I've been streaming for like the last 4 years as an affiliate. Kind of crazy to hear that. And that coincides really nicely with the fact that one of the things that I realized is there's a lot of games that I have played on stream, but I have not actually completed on stream. So one of the games that we're doing is BioShock 2.
And then, Father, the rapture dream was over. You tortured
It was like one of the games that I remember streaming, but I don't remember finishing. So this, and there's like 11 other games.
Mercy was victory. You sacrificed. You endured. And when given the chance, you forgave. Always. Mother believed this world was irredeemable. But she was wrong, Father. We are Utopia. You
So
and
yeah.
I.
Returned home from the army not that long ago, dealt with documents and shit, went to visit your grandparents, and you can finally rest properly. Nice to hear, super. Sounds like you had a full day. Is this the thrilling conclusion? I think it is the thrilling conclusion. I'ma be real. No idea where I was in terms of this game. I remember I can remember bits and
The raptured
pieces.
dream is over, but in waking, I am reborn. This world is not ready for me, yet here I am. It would be so easy to misjudge them.
But yeah, like,
Oh, my conscience.
how long ago was it that you played it? Oh, this was probably like one of the first games I played. I remember going through BioShock 1 and finishing that, and then going through BioShock 2. Here's the thing is, I don't remember finishing BioShock 2, and I'm going through this ending right now, and I have no fucking idea if I was at this, like, if I was that close to the end or not. Like, I am at a loss. I have a little timer going off in the top left, so then that way...
Father, your memories, your drives.
Understandable that you don't remember then. Yep.
You'll be there on my shoulder, whispering.
There is no way the ocean is this fucking calm. But hey, the little sisters are, you know... They're all free, so... And look! That's me! I'll need to move where that counter is, because that countdown is really in the way.
If Utopia is not a place, but a people, then we must choose carefully. For the world is about to change. And in our story, Rapture was just the beginning.
Cool! Yay! I do not understand how I was able to get to that end. Hey, look, 2K Australia! Yay! That's kind of okay, so yeah, I've not played this since, like, 2023. That's ridiculous. So yeah, so it's been, like, a long fucking time. But, hey, at least we got the first one out. We got that one out of the way. First game done. Holy crap. I thought we were going to be at this for a while. Turns out we didn't have to be at that forever. Excellent. Bing. Also, I'm going to fix this counter. So we're not going to make it as big. So we're going to go like something like... I feel like maybe this level, like that way it's like, you know, it's there, but it's not like, you know, super... It's not in the way, and I probably just... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to Properties, and I'm going to do... do I want to do a gray? No. Do I want to do a background opacity? I could do a background opacity, just so then that way it's not... Because that's 100, that's too far. But if we do, like, say, 25, and then let's do an outline. And let's just make the outline red. And then we'll increase this outline by, like... Okay, hang on a second. Now I need to change this font because 256 is probably too much. Although 72 isn't high enough, so 128? Let me reset this transformation. Ding dong. There we go. So yeah, so that's 128. So we shrink that to like here. There we go. That's a bit of a better like spot to put it in. So if I pause it, we reset it to 30. Just chatting. Hang on. Ding dong done. Yay! Australia's real? Yeah, it's real, super. I'm here. You mentioned her kindness is the best way, and she'll be nice when out there. You could have turned her into a real monster. Yeah, I remember BioShock having that kind of... also, hi there, Fizz Tiger. I remember BioShock having that kind of, you know, morality system that a lot of early 2000 games had, which was you could either be very nice or you can be an absolute dick. It was kind of cool for the time, I will be real with you, but... you know, in the modern age, it's, like, not all that cracked up to be, because it's, like, you know, some of them are like, oh, there's obviously a good choice, and obviously a bad choice, and it's, like, that's kind of cool now. It's kind of cool now to have, like, proper evil and have evil following through and such, but in terms of, you know, most games that are putting in a morality system now, not many of them do it very well, where even if you do go with a bad campaign, some of them won't, you know, actually... you know, stick to the bad. So, yay. So, BioShock 2 is out of the way. I can say that one I have unequivocally have finished. Next game. Let's see, we've got 11 to go through. What do people think like, let's field some questions from people. I think I need to come a bit closer to confirm that you are real. Like this close? Or maybe do you need to be just a little bit closer? Like this close? You're also at the whims of what the devs think is the right and wrong answer, which might not line up with your ideals at all. That is also a possibility as well, but normally when the good versus evil moralities were very obvious things, such as, do I kill this little girl or do I save this little girl? Very easy stuff. There isn't a lot of, like, you know, challenging moral choices until you get to, like, more recent games such as the ending of Claire Obscure's Expedition 33. That one was a pretty... the classic Paragon versus Renegade. Yeah, so there's those as well. But no, Claire Obscure Expedition 33 had a wonderful ending. I personally went for Verso's ending because there isn't explicitly a... Jack, no! Not while I'm... oh, and you're making me bounce my... who's making me bounce my pecs? Oh, it's because Super followed me. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, Jack! I hope you're having a wonderful day. My goodness, it's late in the night. But yeah, I am going through some of the games that I forgot to finish. I was not aware it was my stream anniversary until I started streaming today. So it's, you know, you're just doing art. That's about it. Fair enough-sies. All right. Let's get on to the next game. We need to figure out what the next game that I'm going to be playing is. Because the first one we went through was BioShock 2. Turns out we got that done in like 15 minutes. I was really close to the end. I can't believe I left that wasted. All right, we're going with Hades. All right, let me get Hades up and running. So that's our next game, is Hades. I remember playing this. I remember started playing this a long time ago. Would I have done this with a controller? Abso-fucking-lutely, I probably did this with a controller. I cannot. Oh, maybe I used a keyboard and mouse actually. Let me get Hades up and running. It might have been done with a keyboard and mouse. Play Hades in DirectX, I think is what I want. Yes. Hi there, Boris. Welcome to the stream. Did you use a steering wheel or a Guitar Hero controller? I don't have a steering wheel or a Guitar Hero controller. Something that was given to me by a friend temporarily. I have a friend whose online handle is Quaggles. they are a huge fucking fan of DCS and War Thunder and shit. They gave me their old like flight stick, like a joystick thingy that you got from like Logitech or something like that. And also I need to, you know, minimize this thingy-madiggy. Did I click done on that? And then let me start the clock. And let me get back into Hades. So, nice landmarks you got there. Thank you. But yeah, my friend Quaggles, House of Hades, 17 escape attempts, last played January 2023. Holy shit. So yeah, so, oh, I feel like Clara is pretty obvious, to be honest, given how the entire game is about telling people to let go of the past so they continue leaving. Even had you chosen Alicia, the game will make it very clear you chose wrong. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, my friend gave me temporarily their flight stick controller in an attempt to try and get me to play more like DCS and War Thunder. That did not work. That did not work at all. Alright, was this... So
the strangest thing happened while you were out, boyo. One of your weapon holder things back there, it picked up this eerie glow. Could see it from the corner of my eye.
Calm down, Skelly. I'm sure whatever it is perfectly normal for a legendary semi-sentient Titan-slaying weapon from the dawn of time.
Sir?
That's just it. Those weapons of yours, they have seen some real business, pal. You're giving them a real workout, so maybe they start...
I should go check it out.
Alright, so what's this? Oh, okay, so it increases thingy. So right now I'm using...
What in blazes? Stygius, you're revealing your past.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we've got, like, thingamajiggies here. So, aspect of Zagreus. We got Nemesis, Poseidon, and then... This is currently beyond. Infernal arms reveal new aspects of it when the fates decide. Okay. Foes slain, 860. No successful attempts. The form in which the blade of the underworld first revealed itself. So... Okay, so... Alright, hang on. So... And then we do Nova thingamadiggy. And then... that. And then this one, we get increased what's in it.
Felt that one.
Okay. And then...
I see everything you are.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to... I like this sword, quite honestly.
My aspect of Stygius grows stronger.
Oh, okay, so it gives us, like, levels and what have you.
Something. I am slain.
Alright, cool.
No turning back.
Let's give this a try. It's best for your sanity to not be playing War Thunder, even if the fella invited you is a good friend of yours. They were a housemate, but now they're not housemates. I live on my own.
Crime your father distances himself from all the rest of us. It is fortunate that you yourself are not.
Alright, okay, so Q is our unique. After victims take a burst of damage. Your cast send a blade returning towards. Let's go with the special. Let's go with this. There we go. Alright. It's gonna maybe take a minute for me to get back into the feel of this game. that to gain things, and then we got the pomegranate there. I guess we get health back when we open doors. Wasted in 2 years of my life on that thing. Regret every second of it. Oh, yeah. No, if you want to talk about regret, I have probably spent $500 on, what's-a-mahoozy, on, League of Legends. I spent like $500 on like skins and what have you for League of Legends. I was like mostly an ADC kind of player. I like put a lot of my money into getting Ashe skins. I quite liked Ashe.
Power of the gods.
And yeah, now she's not like part of like the meta for a lot of ADCs and what have you. Thank you for the hyper. Why didn't that work? Huh? Hello? Why didn't that work? Something's up. Hang on a second. Something's up with my, what's-a-mahoozy thing? Did it break because of the... Oh, maybe it did? Hang on, let me just... disable these things. There we go. Alright. Alright, I'm probably gonna need to disable some of the filter nonsense. Oh, it's partially connected. Voice mod and the Elgato Wavelink are not properly connected. Retry on that one. You're connected on that, which is fine. Where is voice mod? Retry on connecting to voice mods. Speaker bot, you're trying to connect to those. So maybe that's why they broke? Maybe. You had a full red CSGO inventory except for the knife and gloves, then you got them skinned and haven't played it since. Though that sounds tragic. I'm sorry that happened to you, Super. But yeah, I used to very much be interested in you know, skins and you know, the whole investment in games and such like that, but I just don't have the time anymore like I did when I was younger, is the unfortunate thing. Like I used to have the time and what have you during, like, university and such, because even though I would, like, you know, put myself into, like, you know, four courses or 3 or 4 courses as, like, a full-time student, more often than not, I would only need to go to uni, like, you know, once a week or something like that. And yeah, because of, you know, how few times I needed to go to university, it was way easier for me to just, you know... Ow, fuck you. It was way easier for me to just simply, you know, do a lot of video games on the 6 days that I wasn't at university.
Yes.
Alright, so we gain life. Do we get a split door this time? Or what's this? Instantly restore thingamadiggy. You deal 50% strikes against undamaged foes. You deal 50 from behind. Okay, so we can't purchase that one, but we can purchase this one. Alright. It was tragic that I just forgot about the game and stopped caring. Fair. Why am I just going in such a uniform like path? Like, I'm just going forward once. Okay, so we can descend into chaos, but I don't exactly want to lose any health, so let's just keep going this way.
Doomstone. Hi.
There we go.
You'll be back, won't you?
Ahoy, little Hades, it is I.
Ahoy!
Here to aid you in your daring
Time for me to go to the shops now that I have a good party and hope you have fun with the cucumbers. Not to worry, Warhorse Ninja. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. I will keep on going with more of the games that are in my backlog. Damages foe in an area, knocks them back. So, cast is increased. Your call makes you surge into foes while impervious. Press F for Olympian's Aid. Use one stock of your or all 4 for much stronger effects. You're impervious to damage for 7 seconds. Gain a random assortment of treasures and something or other. I feel like Poseidon Aid might be a good one to have.
Phew, felt that.
Alright, so nothing new there, but yeah, we now have a boon.
Crushed.
Alright, cool. At least the reverse himbo is working. Old spiked collar is ranked up. Oh, nice!
Where to?
What the fuck does the spiked collar do? Okay, so that's for coin, and then that's for something else. You're gonna head to bed? Not to worry, Commander Zhao. Thank you so much for coming along for the stream anniversary stream. I greatly appreciate it.
Hi, Charon. I finally met Hermes, god of swiftness, travel, bringing souls of the departed to your boat. Calls you his professional associate. You and you've been working together for a while, haven't you?
Not my hair code! Chiron wasn't happy about that. Alrighty, ooh, hello. That looked like... Cool, so we got 10 gold for that. But we can't really get any of these boons. I should have gone for the... Alright, so that increases our health, but that... So, nothing really cheap or worthwhile, unfortunately. While you're working. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. I'll try not to be too disruptive of your work, so then that way you're still safe for work and all that. But yeah. Thank you so much for coming along. I got done with the first game in my, like, backlog thingamadiggy in a roulette. Which was the, Bioshock 2. That was the first one that popped up on a roulette wheel. So I'm gonna put, like, 30 minutes to an hour into game. So, like, for this one, I'm putting in just 30 minutes. Because, you know, who knows. And, yeah, we'll see how we go in this 30 minutes. Is there anyone else? Where is everyone else? Ah, there you are. And you... Where's the last one? Are you, like, all the way down here? No? Oh, there you are.
Vast riches.
Ooh, that is vast riches. Alright, so we can either get a key... I'm gonna go for the gems, because I think gems will give us improvements in the house.
Nice.
I remember a little bit about this game. Not everything, but a little bit. Where did you go? There you are.
Gemstones.
Alright. So we got Upgrading gear and the pomegranate. All right, let's go with upgrading the gear. Pretty slow night, though I did get a leftover donut from a kid's buffet. Nice! Free food is always nice. So yeah. I have actually been on a diet break for the last little week. I'm making it so that for the first 2 weeks of July, I'm going on a diet break. Now, the reason for that is because, you know, I have done, like, a really good job losing weight, I say. Also, hi there, little pappy. Zam! Yeah, Zam. Damn Zam. I am a hyper himbo. I like big things. Oh, do you like himbos? Nice.
Yes.
Ooh, okay, so we can upgrade our attack. Your attacks deal 300 increased damage to armor. Your attacks restore two hits per thing, but you have 60% max health. Your specials hit twice, but no longer knock foes. What? One of the... Why? Okay, so why would the fates... I'm gonna go for the curse thing, because I feel like I can increase my health another way. And, like, I can increase my max health somehow. Alright, what's the...
Try it. How foolhardy of you.
Alright, what's the challenge?
Back to the lowest depths with them.
There we go. Hey, it's over 25, so that's fine.
Cheers.
Ooh, and we get ourselves a nectar as well, so that's actually pretty nice. Alright, do we have more than one option, or do we only have the one option at this start? No, we only have the one option. So... But yeah, we'll find a way to increase our max health. How's it going, little pappy? Okay, so this is... So I think pomegranate, yeah, that powers us up. We can get a boon. Alright, let's go. Let's buy ourselves a boon.
You found me, little nephew.
Alright, your attacks deal more damage and knock foes back. We can swap our Tempest Flourish. So your specials deal more damage and they knock foes away. Your boons will knock away effects also... Wait, your boons with knock away effects also rupture foes. I don't have a lot of boons that do pushing away other than, like, the boon thing. So, you sent me a picture of the donut? Nice, thank you so much. You know what? I'm gonna go with Tempest Strike, because that is just general increase in health and what have you. Or increase in damage. And then this guy, let's increase... Let's increase the Tempest Strike, so instead of being level 1, it's level 2. Hi there, Blue! Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. I'm going through a series of games that I have picked up during my time streaming. Ah, Blue, not you too!
Let's hear it.
Ugh. I don't remember.
How about no? No.
Oh, shit. Ow. Ow. Nope. Ow.
The chamber.
Yes! Impervious, bitch! Oh, and that's the thingamadiggy changing as well. Oh my god, the room is getting smaller. What the shit? Why is the room getting smaller? Ow, ow. Yes! Did it! Hi there, Blue.
Always disturbing.
Alright. Oh my god, I only had like 2 health remaining. Thank goodness. Like, my maximum health isn't really high, but I did it so I could get myself, you know, 2 thingamadiggies.
Seems the Fury failed to do her job.
Alright. Okay, so...
My keepsakes are here.
So it adds... Oh, okay, we kind of need that, because that does give us increased thingamadiggy. From the front, but take increased damage from behind. Items from the Well of Chiron have durations increased by that amount. You find will be from Zeus. His blessings will have 50% chance of being rarer. Ooh, that one might be a good one to do.
Might help.
So... And then the shop, meanwhile... You start encounters with your God gauge 15% full. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. That way, upon demise, all returned to Chiron, all sales are final. Yep, okay. Yeah, let's go for the Aethernet. And then we can sell boons if we want. I'm gonna purge that because you're not really part of the Poseidon thing. Alright, so we can instantly gain treasures for house renovation or trade. Yeah, let's go with that. And then... whatever the fuck those gears are for. Alright.
Heading up.
You having a good night, Blue? Okay, so we've accomplished that. Alright, so now we're on to, like, Asphodel. This one I gotta be careful of, because you can, like, walk on the lava, which is not great. It will burn me for damage.
Just a few rides across the Phlegathon and up we go.
Lovely. Alright, here we go. Okay, so that thing will increase our maximum health, which is going to be very useful. Alright, let's see how we do. Let's see how we do.
Out of my way.
Yay, and I'm fully healed at this point, so... Ow. Okay, so they can hit me for more than I can recover in health, which is annoying. But... if I do multiple hits, then we're fine. There we go. Increasing our maximum. Oh, the boon disappears when we get to the end of the thingy-madiggy. So it's advantageous for us to actually go and, it's actually advantageous for us to use up our boon when we, okay. I pick up what's going on. I didn't pick up on that before. Yeah, let's go for another health increase. The more health we have, the more beneficial. Go. There we go. that's the first one out of the way. Get you, because you're a problem. Oh, shit! There we go. Slowly but surely we gain more health. Alright, so that gives us more purple, I think? Nope, that's not what we want. Is there a settings, subtitle? Instantly makes you tougher, more so whenever you die. Death is not so big a deal in the underworld. Try this if you find yourself and want to focus on the story for any reason. A stopwatch indicator will gently apply time pressure during escape attempts. Nah. Non-identifying gameplay data is sent to Supergiant to help tune the game. Nah. What are the controls? So, aim assist. While aiming, automatically lock onto enemies in range. Dash, set cursor. Okay. Calling, summoning, interacting, reloading. Gifts and miscellaneous is G. Codex is C. Okay. Alright, so... Sisyphus, we've been helping out. We got a gift for Cerberus. Learn more by having conversations with them. Not giving anything to... by discovering the story. Others of note in the underworld. So we've gone from Tartarus to Asmodeus. We're trying to get through Elysium. We learned about Chaos. Heart Seekers, Thingamadigi, and then something else. And these are the boons that we've got right now. So, we've raised our health total by 30. Our supply of, like, the Infernal Soul for casting is increased. We do much stronger damage and special with that. We earned additional dashing. We restore 50% of our health instead of dying when our life total is depleted 1 time per rank. I think we've already done that. And then we regain, like, 3 health per, like, you know, going up things. And we've increased our damage on striking behind foes. So the purple is for those kinds of level ups. Alright, I think we're alright with, like, the purples with where it is. So let's go for more house decoration stuff. There we go. Oh. There we go. Wall slamming is helpful. Oh, our What's-Mahuzi is updated. Why is it updated? Is it because of the perilous artifacts? Darkness. Born of Chaos. Bloodstones. Okay, we've completed the entry on Bloodstones. Centaur's Heart increases our health. Palms of Power. Daedalus's Hammer. Gemstones. The merest glimpse of such that... Nah, I don't care. Alright. Instantly increase. Ensure a Chaos Gate will spawn ahead where possible. Your casts deal 50% more damage.
I'll just take this one.
Yep, I'll take that one. Alright. Let's have a look. So, there's only the one option here. So, let's get our Zeus thingamadiggy. But yeah, if you want to hang out and chat, Blue, I'm in my Discord, by the by.
My favorite
There we go. There we go.
Go to your head.
Oh, we can get... Alright. If I gift this to Zeus...
My lord Uncle Zeus, for your benevolence and your thunderous might.
Yeah.
You honor me, young man, as well you should, for I am ruler of Olympus, am I not? Such courtesies are shown me constantly, yet I appreciate them all.
Nice. Ooh, okay, so it increases... Oh, okay, so we increased the thingamadiggy. So, once he overthrew the Titans, his own ancestors, to wrestle control of all the heavens and the earth, he yet presides as a ruler over all. Cool. So we just need to collect more boons from him to learn more about him.
Poseidon sought you out already, hmm? My boastful brother gets on with Lord Hades even worse than I, so let me put a little spark into his storms for you.
Ooh, is there going to be synergy because of using Zeus and Poseidon, who are like, two of the larger peeps? Let's have a look. Oh, time is up. Okay, I'm going to need to finish this run before... and move on to the next game, it seems. Your cast is a burst that bounces between foes. Your special causes a lightning bolt to strike nearby foes. Your dash causes a lightning bolt to rush nearby foes. Let's go, because we don't have anything for the Q, so let's go with that. And it looks like we just got another purple to do. Alright, let's see if we can survive this run. Because I don't think there's a way for us to, like, end the escape besides killing ourselves, which, not ideal. Where is your buddy? There's more than one of you here, isn't there? Gotta avoid him. There we go. Alright, so that was a good use of the boon. Oh, and we got 3 options. Let's go for the Ambrosia, because we're able to gift it to peeps and help boost stuff. Which hopefully is the right choice.
Get out.
Nice try. Alright, where's the buddies? Hey! Nice. Okay, we're much closer to the end than I thought with that. Anything here? No. No, there isn't. Alright, so we got 2 ambrosia. Oh, nectar. Okay, I thought it was ambrosia. Ambrosia is like the fruit, isn't it? Alright, so that one is the shops. This one is Hermes. Let's go for Hermes. because I don't really... Like, you need a lot of money for the shops, and I don't really have a lot of money, so... Let's see how we go here. Oh, it just gives it to us right away. Okay.
You met your father face to face only the one time, cuz, despite rendering services to him for quite a while. Memorable experience, I'll give it that. Seems...
Alright. Each time you enter a chamber, you gain a bit of wealth. Your attacks are faster. After using call, gain dodge chance and move for up to 10 seconds. Okay, so that's like counter thingamadiggy. Fuck it. Let's just go for this epic thing.
That's Godspeed, alright.
Like, yeah. And then this will give us a diamond, apparently? Alright.
Big one, huh?
Oh, it's a boss. Okay. Okay, let's avoid the impervious nonsense.
Not yet.
Alright, let's go for the Poseidon thing, so then that way we're able to just do the... Oh, there's more of them! Are you kidding me? Honestly, the fact that I get health back for, like, every strike is a bit of a good thing.
I'm empty.
Hello, Goldie! Welcome to the stream. I am going through a series of, video games and what have you that I have forgotten to finish or pick up again during my, years of streaming. And I am currently going through Hades. I know the timer is up on this one, but, you know, I'm in the middle of a run with him right now, so... There we go! So yeah! Zebro! Yes! The Zeebs is surviving. Oh, okay! We gain a cool diamond. You battled out Asphodelius with the Stygian blade. Oh! So that's the first time I succeeded against that, thingy-madiggy with the blade.
You wouldn't dare.
Alright, okay, so we can restore our health here. And then we can interact with this. So, the next boon you will find with Zeus is supposed to have a chance to be rare. Items in the realm have durations, increasing their encounters. So that was from Achilles, that's from Sisyphus, that's from Zeus. Oh, we can't swap to that. Alright, automatically recover up to 75 when your life total is depleted once per escape. We're not gonna use that. So this is max leveled, so let's just go through more encounters with this person's thingy-madiggy. This is Secret Stash. So we need to give way more people nectar to get items.
Purge boons for coin.
I don't want to get rid of any of those boons. Slain foes have a 15% chance to drop health items. We don't really need that because I have like just the passive of, you know, gaining health on hits. None of these are really like, this is the only one, maybe, but
This one.
yeah, fuck it. Let's give that one a try. Can I do anything with this? No.
Get out of this damn thing.
But yeah, how's it going, Goldie? You doing good? Never mind the fact that my zebra is frozen right now. There we go.
Nice and cool up here.
Okay, the side hustle is going to be very nice as we move on.
Lovely place to have to smash my way through.
Yeah, this is definitely Elysium. Alright, so we got the Daedalus and we got the heart. Do we want to upgrade things or do we want to increase the health pool? I reckon being at 62 we're fine. Let's go and upgrade things because we're going further into this. Wait, are the the chariots are the... That makes a little more sense. Because, yeah, also, here's the thing. It's like, anytime I do get hit, like, normally with the amount of, like, speed I'm putting into my hits and what have you, like, I'm doing fairly alright. There we go.
See that, Stygius?
Alright. Your deal 2 against foes from behind. Your special makes you lunge ahead, then become sturdy. You take 30% less damage. Your actions cannot be interrupted by taking damage. Hold strike to strike rapidly. Deal 25 base per... let's go for the Dash Nova.
Tuned up.
Because, yeah, that Dash Nova seems much better. And let's go for the Pomegranate. Hi there, Joe. Couldn't think of a name. Welcome to the stream. I'm going through games that I have not, you know, finished or, you know, properly, like, picked up again after taking a break from them. So, yeah, this is one of those games. I'm doing, like, a roulette wheel. I'm going through, like, you know, just picking random games and what have you. I'm putting a timer on them, but, yeah, this one, I've accidentally gone further than the, allotted time, but that's because I'm currently in the middle of a run right now, and I have not yet died. Oh, I see what it's doing.
Don't come back.
That is definitely gonna ruin me.
Do that.
There we go.
Good enough to eat.
Alright, deals more damage and knock foes away, causes thingamadiggy, impact damage. Yeah, let's increase the impact damage, because I keep forgetting the boon goes back down to 0 when I'm not using it, so... Ooh, what's this? Ah, okay, I see.
You shall pay for that.
Go. Okay, so that's over 25. That's fine. That's fine. So yeah, how's it going for you, Joe? Alright, so... Okay, so the pomegranate can increase one of my boons. I don't have anything for my dash or my cast, so let's see what we can get with use. Also, you guys are painful. There we go. Oh, I see. So the dash makes it so that, I can, like, even go... Like, I can dash through things now with that upgrade. Go. Oh, I should have gifted her something. I should have gifted Aphrodite something. I forgot to gift her something. Your cast is wide, short-range blast that inflict weak. Your dash deals more damage where you end up, inflicting weak. Resist some damage from nearby foes' attacks. Let's go for the crush shot because that's a rare and I got some. Sure, it shortens the range, but it does make it wide casting, which is going to be good for us. Something for Ares or the shop. Let's go for the shop this time. We've got points. You're doing good. You just woke up and you're about to get some breakfast. Nice. Breakfast will be good. Ooh, hello.
Got stronger there.
Nice power up. Let's go for another.
Just what I need.
Your dash deals foes in an area and knocks them away. Your boons with knock away also do rupture. Charges up faster. Yep, let's do title. And let's grab that. Okay, we can't get anything from Chiron. Nothing from that. Okay, so either Zeus or Poseidon. Let's go for a little fight.
Tell Hermes I said hi, will you?
Hopefully by gifting him something he won't be as mad. Where are they? Ah, here they are. Alright, okay, so we gotta pick one or the other. Hi there, Ryoko. Welcome, welcome. How am I doing? I'm doing fairly alright. I talked about, like, a little bit of, like, my, like, sort of an identity crisis with my nationality earlier in the stream, but we're no longer into that little thingamadiggy right now, and just, you know, going about it as we are. I've started on a break from my diet, so I've started consuming food that isn't, you know, obviously healthy. Now, I'm obviously not going into this of like 5 hamburgers. I am going into this rather differently. If there's something that I would like to eat, I'm giving myself the opportunity to, like, you know, give it a try, such as like the chicken twister wraps from KFC. I'm not gonna feel too bad about going for those and being like, yeah, I'll have some, nom. And, you know, still be reasonable here and there, but I'm not gonna be upset with myself, you know, with trying to lose weight or anything like that until, like, July 15th. Once we get through the first half of this month, then I'll go back into, like, an intensive shake diet, and so we'll see how I go in 3 weeks or a month, and, you know, see how I go there, and who knows, maybe I'll get down to a pretty good, pretty nice weight. Does this mean we can do a group gathering for Eat Street? We could, honestly. Honestly, we could. We could go to Eat Street, we could probably, like, we could watch the Superman film. I'd be very interested in that. Yeah, We have those kinds of opportunities. You have a busy moment and can't hang out. Hope you're doing okay. Not to worry, Ryoku. Thank you for lurking at the very least. You deal more damage when slamming foes into barriers. Your boons with knockaway effects deal bonus damage to bosses. Yes, we're gonna go with... Let's go with wave pounding here.
Cheers, Uncle.
Alright, now Zeus is gonna be mad.
Restore order to this world and claim the heaven.
Alright.
Stand for this.
Now, the good news is that because I am giving myself like a healing effect, I am not in danger of the, you know, massive amounts of health loss problem, because I will just gain a lot of it back from rapid hitting. Oh, shit. Okay, let me make myself impervious and just deal with all of you.
It's regenerating.
There we go. Oh, I nearly died on more than one equation.
Through that, and I suspect you shall think twice next time before so brazen.
Oh, so sorry, Zeus. After you take damage, your foe is struck by lightning. After using Call, you deal more damage for 15 seconds. Your lightning bolt's effects have a chance to strike twice. Let's go with that one. Let's encourage myself to do more lightning nonsense. So yeah. Also, why am I not gaining as much health? Oh. Oh, I need to get the shields off them before I can gain health back. I see what's going on. There we go. All right. Okay. Ooh, 2 keys. Okay. Okay. Let's go for more gems for the renovation. How's it going, Velk? You doing good?
Put in the order for a fountain chamber in this area.
Hey, we get to restore some health, which is nice.
Within the delicately hewn constructions of Elysium exist places of peace, so utterly serene and absolute as mortal kind is seldom to experience during the average short and often painful coil.
Okay.
Is this really as good as it gets for mortal kind?
I thought it would get better. Okay, so that can either increase our boon, or this can increase our health. I think we're gonna go for the health increase, because goddamn do I need it.
Flame wheels. Let's deal some death. Keep it up.
Oh, there you are. Nice! What did we learn? Nothing. We just increased our health. Nice. Alright, so we can either go for a shop, or let's go for another Zeus. Let's go for another Zeus, because I can probably give Zeus a... Oh, no, wait, no, I've already given Zeus a nectar, haven't I? Pretty sure I already have.
In the name of Hades.
Alright.
Exchange.
Your lightning effects also make foes jolted. Victims' next attack self-inflicts lightning damage that harms nearby foes. After you dash just before getting hit, a bolt strikes a nearby foe. Let's go for the static discharge. That should be good. We've got so many effects going off. Is there anything cool? Not right now. You almost finished reprogging the latest alt fight, and afterwards you're gonna quit Final Fantasy. Gonna be so nice to do new things like RoboQuest. I have no idea what RoboQuest is. Is that just like another MMO?
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Old fiend, you'll walk not
Theseus.
one more step toward the light of day, so long as I am here.
Is that so, Theseus? Oh, it's an FPS, righto.
Seems hardly fair. Ah, well. Let's kill him and be done, King.
It's a good thing I've gone for the boon that gives knockback.
Theseus, the Bull of Minos, you two are legends. I'd be honored if we had a sporting contest here.
Ah, a naked attempt to sway me from my convictions. Defend yourself, you blackguard, and may the gods show you some mercy, for I shall not.
We'll try.
You're getting no quarter from me or my good companion over there.
Oh, okay, let's... Oh, shit. Could you, like, stop blocking, please? No! Death defied. Okay, cool.
Lady Artemis, I beg you, guide my spear.
The gods are helping him.
Oh, shit.
Serving fiend, all which you think you have achieved was merely handed you.
Oh. No! Well, that was tough. That was tough dealing with like two of them at the same time. The healing helped though. The healing per hit helped quite a bit.
Now.
Alrighty. Here we go. Let's give you that.
Surprise, Hypnos. I got you this.
Yes, I died. I
You
died.
can't bring that in here. Just kidding. Thanks. But wait, I'll trade you. Look.
Oh, trade?
Cheers, Hypnos.
Hey, chthonic coin purse.
I just knew that you'd be back soon as I heard you face the champion of Elysium himself. You know, I've heard that among mortals, it's an honor to be killed by somebody like Theseus. Keep it up and maybe you'll be famous too.
No.
Maybe.
Fair, fair.
How goes it?
Achilles, sometimes I fear that Father, if he learns that you've been aiding me, that he will not be generous with you.
Don't worry about me, lad. Your father's still getting caught up with work that I created for him in my mortal days. Besides, there's nothing he can take from me. We have a mutual arrangement, he and I.
I hope you're right.
Alright, let me just gift you this then.
For me?
Come on, Achilles, live a little, such as you're able. I won't tell if you won't tell.
Oh, okay, I've already given him 3 things. Okay, so I've already got, like, plenty of keepsakes from him, quite frankly.
I just wanted to apologize because I think maybe I didn't act very appropriately last time you spoke to me.
That's fine, it's fine. Okay, so those doors are locked.
Too bad, boy. She is gone, boy. She is gone.
She doesn't have to be, Hades.
I thought you would have come to that conclusion for yourself by now. But apparently it must be said.
You mean Mother? How would you even know? You said reaching the surface was impossible as well, and I'm in striking distance.
This is my final warning to you, boy. To cease this mindless...
Sorry, Father. I'm not afraid of you.
Alright, underworld renovations, health pools provide... Chambers may contain urns with something or other. Each infernal trove contains more plunder. Authorize the playback of music pieces from the vault. Gives the house contractors a break and new jobs. That I will work into. Oh, those are... Oh, so these are work orders. Meanwhile, the Great Hall can give us tapestries, color trim. Meanwhile, the West Hall, we can give ourselves a rug. And then, can we repair the damage? Get rid of the huge clumps of fur. Yeah, okay, so we've already done that. We got a wood-burning fire pit. Cured meats. Meanwhile, our bed chambers shows broken toys from a historic siege. And then... Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna... We'll wait till we get a second gem. Meanwhile, the Great Hall, we can either... wax pillars. A towel rack. Okay, I'll save up for the towel rack. Maybe the towel rack would be... Oh, wait, there's a... We can get bedding for the... Where's the dog? Hello?
Oh, hello, Zagreus. You look a little down. And so I was just wondering, would you perchance fancy a song right now?
In the Blood.
How about In the Blood? That's one of your old hits, right?
Oh, fancy that one, do you? Alas.
Oh, they don't... Okay, never mind.
Thanatos in the spotlight.
Alright, and then... Oh, we can do trades here. Nice. Nectar, requiring 10 gems, unlocking Infernal Arms and Mirror of Night talents. For pricier renovations.
Give me the current special.
Let's go with that. And... I've already got like 9 keys, so I don't think there's a benefit for that. Can I get food from you? No, not really. Also, where's the dog Cerberus? Where's the boy?
Nyx isn't around.
Where's Cerberus? He ain't here. Okay, maybe I'll use some of the gems to get Cerberus a bed. Enhances the West Hall. Lounge. No, is it the lounge? Can I not get him a West Hall? Let's have a look. Seating. Laurels. Bedding. Here we go. Fancy bed.
For Cerberus, only the greatest bed will do.
Don't you disturb the dog, you hear me, boy?
Well, I don't know where the dog is. He's not there right now. Which is really unfortunate. I would like to know where the dog is. Alright, and then we've got the mirror here. So we've already got, like, Death Defiance on the first one. Then we've got Stubborn. Restores 30% instead of dying. And then this one does restoring 30%. Restore some of your health when you collect Thingamadiggy. Restoring your health. So we maximized all those. What's Golden Touch? Gain wealth when you clear an underworld region, 5% of your current rank. Ah, okay, so that's what it is. And then Deep Pocket is from the House of Hades with some wealth. And then Thick Skin is... Also, what's this? Reclaim all spent on... Ah, okay, cool. What the dog doing? Don't forget the timer's up, so no going on another run. Yes, I need to remember that. I need to remember not to do that, which means we're better off... Can I go to rest?
I'm wide awake.
Ah, fine. Alright. Quit. Alright. Back to just chatting. So yeah. Hades was good. Hades was fun. I forgot how fun Hades was. Definitely would be up for doing it again, quite frankly. Pause that, and then restart the timer. But yeah, like, I would play it again. Alright, current backlog. So we've gotten... So we're done with BioShock 2. So yeah, BioShock Infinite is now a guarantee, is the next game that we need to go through right now. Devil May Cry 4, 4, Remake, and 5. Because we're currently on 3 right now. Actually, no, I'll just say Devil May Cry. And then, yeah, let me just add in Hades. So I've dropped the Long Drive... Oh my god, I totally forgot I dropped Need for Speed and Forza Horizon 5. I totally forgot I dropped those. Psychonauts I dropped as well. So yeah, these are games that I totally forgot I dropped those games. But they're in the other games have been added into the What's Mahoozy thing. So so we still have a number of games to go through. So next one. Please don't give me something difficult. Alright, we're going for Dying Light 2. Considering the fact that it is a open world game, let's go for like an hour for that one. Also, why in the world is... Oh, okay, I see why, because I didn't give it an... There we go. Ding dong. There we go. Let's go for an hour for Dying Light 2, because there's definitely going to be... like, a lot of, Dying Light 2, Stay Human. Ding, dong. So yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot to go through for Dying Light, quite frankly. Now, did I use a keyboard and mouse for this one, or did I use a controller? I think I used a keyboard and mouse, honestly. I think I used a keyboard and mouse for this. It's basically, you know, Dead Island. I remember, like... Dead Island, like Dying Light and Dead Island, it's crazy to think that there's, you know, two entirely different developers and publishers that were like, hey, let's do a zombie game with a little bit of crafting. And it's like, what separates Dying Light from Dead Island was like, oh, Dying Light has like parkour and shit. Like, it was kind of nuts. All right.
Civilization is a vulnerable thing.
Blah, blah, blah. Yep.
Of circumstance.
Yep. I am aware of that.
The smallest...
We are aware of that. Now we're in like a place called like France or such like that. Be careful of epilepsy nonsense. Yep, there's auto-saving. And end user agreement. Oh yeah, the end user agreement most likely changed because now it's in What's a Mahoozy mode. I thought I could, like... Dead Island was bad? Yeah, but it was like a 6 out of 10. It wasn't terrible. It was just 6 out of 10. Dying Light 2 and Balatro? What the fuck? Weird. Bloody Ties is now available. Nice. Tower Ray. Test your skills in a standalone roguelite with characters and progression separate from the main game. If you continue, it will be converted to current, but previous versions won't be able to load it. Yeah, that's fine. Hi there, Renee Zach. Welcome to the stream. All right, hang on. I forgot to hit the play. There we go. I didn't get off the bench, but to be fairish to it, I hate zombie games. They're just not for me. Look, that's fair enough. You know, for me, like, some zombie games I'm totally down for. Others, like, zombies, I quite like. There are some areas, like, I did get tired of them after going through, you know, Dead Island, Dying Light, Dead Rising, and then there was, like, all kinds of, like, TV shows that had them. Helix was an interesting one, and The Strain was pretty good because that one had zombies/vampires involved. And yeah, by the time we got to The Walking Dead, which was like, oh, the real struggles of the zombies is with humanity. And it's like, I kind of don't care. You have activated Bloody Ties, a new adventure in the city of Villendor. To start your quest for fame, follow the First Blood mission that has been added to your journal. Put on a show, Pilgrim. Cool. Let's not do that. An item you have received is being placed in the player's stash. Cool. Awesome.
Aiden? Finally. Been trying to reach you. You gotta help. They're gonna attack old Villador. And when they do, nobody there will survive. Nobody. This group, they host violent prize fights here in the city. But that's just a cover. What they're really up to is way more sinister. You see, they plan to release a chemical into old Villador. It's a stimulant that fighters already use. Turns them into fearless, merciless motherfuckers. But it would kill regular folks. There's only one way to stop them, and that's to infiltrate them. Qualify for the tournament and get your ass inside Carnage Hall. I'll find you there.
Just heal myself real quick. Also, I probably need to, like, catch up with... I need to catch up with, like, what the actual, movement keys are and such, because some of them are easy to remember. Zombies are a little overdone, like beating a dead horse, which the analogy works far too well. Yeah, like, here's the thing, is... Oh, let me not get into the fumes. They rapidly reduce your immunity. Cool. Here's the thing. Reinforced stick. Thank you very much. Let's search you. Zombies have existed for a really, really long time, and one of the ways that we normally utilize...
Calling the Pilgrim.
Oh, what is this stranger want?
Who's this? Got some work for you. You're going to want to hear about this in person. Meet me at a fisheye. It'll be worth your while.
Oh, that's kind of hilarious that he just got stuck. There we go. Okay, so I need to try and get up there somehow. Is it enough? Oh, Jesus. Okay, let's not do that. But yeah, zombies have existed in the medium for a really long time, and the way they function is that they're just sort of used as a vehicle for whatever fears and, you know, fiction we want at the time. So, for instance, their actual, like, opener was as, like, you know, dark, like, voodoo magic and what have you. There we go. They were used as, like, superstition, like, deep in the South and all that kind of nonsense. Then they became, like, you know, other kinds of magic and viral infections and what have you. So yeah, we've always used them for, like, some sort of weird thing. All right, where the fuck is? Ah, I see. Okay, he wants us going there. Cool. Alright, unlock faction structure and activate a safe house. That's cool. There we go. Oop. Okay, that wasn't perfect. Let's try that again. Alright, okay. So... Oh, okay, I have no distance of, like, judging... I have no judging of distance. Yep. Alright, let's activate the window. We just take out the fuse, which is probably very important, and replace it with a hunk of metal. That is definitely not a fuse. Alright. To unlock faction, assign facility in the zone. Alright, so we got Garrison. Shenzhou is the Huntress. Observatory. Okay, hang on. Oh, journal. Here we go. So we got Renegade. Free the imprisoned thingamadiggy. So we need to kill Elias and the goons. Then there's a story quest. That's the DLC, which we don't really care about. We got something called the Matchmaker. And then the Breadwinner. Search the shop for the backpacks containing food that Kevin left behind. We have a lot of side quests. Jesus Christ. All right. Let's just go for the observatory. Believes that the observatory and its GR is being destroyed during the bombing. I want to check it out. Ooh, loadout system allows you to 4 sets of weapons, accessories, and what have you. Cool. Awesome. I have no good... Alright, so... Travel across wide gaps and land safely from great... Alright, so you press Z while in the air, C while following near billboards to slide on it. Okay. And then binoculars with the B, GRE is... Alright, cool. Gunhammer? The fuck is a gunhammer? Alright. Sure, let's increase that damage. That looks... That is kind of funny. Alright, and then we've got a pipe bow? I honestly do not remember how to do anything in this game. Holy shit. Alright, so we got the high jump. We got... Alright, jump instantly from an active landing. Then we got fast climbing. And then we've got increase your overall speed while sneaking. Dash for as long as your stamina lasts. Bash through obstacles without stopping. Running upwards on verticals. Jump up while performing a wall run. Ooh, okay. And then this one has combined tic-tacs or wall runs into longer combos. Ooh, okay. I like those. That sounds kind of cool. And then we can... I feel like sliding is going to be a bit of an important one. What's Sleek Runner? Increase your speed while... Like slopes, balance boards, climbing pipes, wall openings. Move faster on ledges when moving up and such. Jumping. Let's go for slide. I feel like slide is like an important thing to include in our thing. Alright, what's this? While high in the air, look down at an enemy and hold E to execute. Add force to your vault kick. Yep, okay, so that's... You know, jumping over someone. Press while moving back or on either side to dodge. When an enemy moves towards you, press F and add a direction. So grapple does a stagger. Perfect blocks now stagger enemies. Use a throwing knife to perform a faster takedown of unaware enemies. It can also be used to quickly escape a biter's grab. Press while performing a takedown or when grabbed by a biter. Cool. Run at an enemy, then hold to jump and press E twice while in the air. Oh, okay, so that's to do a kick. air kick is, you know, when we're high up in the air. And then head stomp is that. Hold for power attack. Press F to throw the weapon instead. Increase your aim with all ranged weapons. Yeah, there's a lot of skills and a lot of crazy nonsense. Also, I didn't realize there were bounties. What the fuck? Oh my god, I didn't... Bounties definitely feels new. There's just so much, like... What the fuck? And now we have arrows, we have all these things. So valuables we're obviously going to sell for like currency or something like that. Green crystals, yep, cool. And then those are crafting parts. Good luck with the stream, you're gonna bedge, it's late. Not fair. Alright, so we need to go that away. Alright, let me... Table leg and some blade resources. Oh, I forgot the button. I forgot the button for the lethal fall. Respawn and last, like, thingamadiggy.
Aiden, Jack Matt here. Thanks for your help.
It was nothing, sir.
I heard the place you're looking for was destroyed. I'm sorry.
Thanks. But sorry isn't much consolation.
I know, son, but I might be able to help you out. I'll get back to you.
Let's just go with story. Why does that work? Oh, like, it's just movie magic, that's all. Don't think too hard about it.
Luan, yeah, you were right. Only ruins left. Luan? Hey, Major Matt? Aiden here.
Aiden, good to hear you, son.
You said maybe you could help me out. I'd like to ask how.
Not over the radio. Come to the ship. To the main HQ. I'll be there soon myself.
All right.
Oh. Do not walk into the puddle of what's mahoozies. Not good. How the...
What the Let's get the hell out of here, Greg.
Hey! Wait!
This makes no sense.
Stay away! Hey!
Oh, that's a lot of zombies. Can I search any of them? Nope. Alright, so we just got that one. Alright. First and foremost, how do I use the parachute again? Oh, Z. Gosh darn it. Of course it's Z. Also, the fuck is this? Parkour challenge. Pesting the car card. Do not hesitate. Without control powers, irrelevant. Double jump will help you. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Oh. Ah, you bastard. Oh, shit. Not good. Let's cancel that. Let's try that again. I know I have a better idea. 2, 1, go. There we go. Got myself some good movement with that. Movement. Pick up the shrooms and the honey. Glad to see Blue is still with me. I'm glad I have my moderators to keep me company. Yep. Let's go with you. Let's go with you. All right. All right. Where is my brain at? Okay, so we got skills. So we got high jump, which is holding to do it. Okay, so we need to press C just before landing. All right, that makes a little more sense. Okay, that's kind of hilarious how they all... Just one hit was enough to get him, like, explode. Oh, hello. Nice! Get a hit in the head. And then you and you. There we go. Alright. Okay, so you're not too far away. Mm-hmm. And then jump. Oh boy. Okay, cool. Never mind. Did I already unlock this place? No, I have not activated this place yet, so... Oh, wait, no. I have... Okay, maybe I already have. Oh, no. Damn you. Yeah, I've not yet unlocked this place, so... Alright, think, and then... Jump. Damn you. Never mind, you're not important. Moving on.
Renegades attacking the canteen now? We're really gonna win this war?
You know, you've been playing Dying Light 1 on my stream. You could have... Wait, we've been playing Dying Light 1 on my stream. You could have been joined... I could have joined in? Oh, I didn't know that.
What the hell is going on here?
Zombies, my dude. Okay, cool. Wasn't impossible.
Until today,
Alright.
thought our chances against
think this is the first time I've been here.
Heard about the qualifications?
The photograph. High-rise exterminator wanted. I left the last existing photograph of my long-dead wife on my desk. Sure, we'll grab that while we're at it. One of our own has defected to the renegades. A squad gave chase, but we lost them. Yep. Missing persons.
St. Paul Island.
Oh, that's a proper...
Might have bitten off more than he can chew.
It wouldn't be the first time. He's a leap before you look kind of guy.
Why am I getting a cutscene with this guy?
I did. Sarah.
Maiden. Has he been gone long?
2 days now. He hasn't checked in on the radio. It's not like him. He's a little reckless, but not stupid. Something's happened to him.
God damn, this is gonna... I remember why Dying Light 2 was gonna be a bit of a painful one to run through, because this was a game that was famously like, oh, you're gonna spend 900 hours in this game, or something like that. Back in the day, I remember this was a thing from, like, early 2020s, where they were, or, you know, late 2010s kind of, methodology, where they were like, the following sequences may feature flashing lights or patterns. Oh, fuck off. No. Cool. Grab you. Grab you. Alright, so we got all those as options.
Juan would
and
rather
such.
enjoy his caviar.
What did they serve
you heard
yesterday?
about these
new lightning goons?
Yesterday.
I don't seen out by the lower down.
Alright,
What
and
can
then
I get
we
you?
Okay, so temporary... Oh, are these crafting recipes? Hang on. Okay, so we got goods. Can I... Okay, I can upgrade things. Cool. We can upgrade the UV bar. Ooh, we can upgrade throwing knives and lockpicks.
Won't want to mess with you.
Let's see. Paraglider. Increase the maneuverability and range, plus adds the ability to increase height while in flight.
You'll be packing now.
That sounds very important. Okay, so we got decoys, we got immunity boosters. Let's increase you.
Finally, a smart shopper.
Okay, so those can't be increased anymore. Let's go with... Throw to create a flaming pool that deals damage to anyone caught within it. Yeah, let's increase that Molotov.
Better look out for you.
And, yeah, we don't have any more of those. So we can craft weapons. Okay, we can repair. All damaged weapons can be repaired. The cost increases depending on the durability lost. Repairing broken costs extra. Cool, cool. The sign is an artifact two-handed weapon. I do not remember that. Then we have the saw blade axe. We got a kukuri, which I'm currently equipping, which is a unique one-handed. My goodness. Is there a way for me to, like, sell my shit? Let's see. Oh, okay, so these are blueprints. We got exploding lives, fire resistance, remote C4, poison, the boomstick, a self-made gun created from scrap, muscle, toughness, and then this can do... Alright. With a blast, instantly throwing them back. Lightning, frost, and so that does fling. Charge over time, activate with thingy. Lowering the amount it loses with each strike.
That's pretty
Yep,
impressive.
let's go with one of views.
I hope your purchases do you proud.
Are you new here?
Help pilgrim.
Been the same for years.
I wasn't hungry.
You think I should?
But yeah, this was one of those games that was released like years ago where the design methodology was they wanted to make a game that would have you do everything in it. It wasn't enough that they gave you a story. It was like, oh, let's give you, like, you know, returnable elements and late game stuff.
You don't recognize me?
Ah, the guy with Matt's orders.
Bravo.
Report to Meyer in dispatch. The commander is
Like,
on his way back from the field.
there was a lot of things you can do in this game, and, yeah, they just packed it filled with side quests and what have you. And so there's a lot of like XP and, you know, skills you can pick up on this.
I was in the field.
And
I was helping.
I'm gonna be real, I think this is probably what made me not play the game after a while, was that I was just so lost in the sauce. I was like, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Like, am I supposed to, you know, run head first into the story, or am I supposed to, like, you know, go broad?
Addresses the men soon. Helps us understand this bullshit withdrawal.
He's probably got his reasons.
Whatever they are.
Yeah, because I don't think there's a fast travel system to this either, so it's like, wherever we go, it's like, we gotta travel, but that's not like, you know, that's not a terrible thing considering, you know, parkour. Parkour! Alright, let's see. Rules. Steal. Your right hand shall be chopped off. Steal water, food, or a biomarker. You shall hang by the neck until dead. If you kill someone, you shall die bound to a stake in full view. Fail to display a biomarker, you shall be banned. Lie, and you shall be whipped 10 times. Fail to assist someone threatened by an effective, you shall be banned. Challenge the PK's authority, you shall be in prison for 21 days. Jesus Christ, that's very archaic. Alright, let's get it out.
You seen the quartermaster anywhere?
No, I have not. I don't know who you're talking about. Safety advisory. Due to the recent increase of renegade activity throughout the Central Loop, the Peacekeepers remind you of the following. Remain alert and report any suspicious... Excuse me.
Hey, where's dispatch?
There. All right, men. We take care of the UV lamps and head back to base. It should be on point, fast, and easy. Go, go, go!
Cool, quick cutscene just to get us from one thing to another. This is a very crazy kind of ship to be turned into like a mobile base, let me be real. Everything is like shipping containers here. Good job on like, you know, refitting this. Although I feel like a lot of people here are like, a lot of these could be prison cells than actual like residences.
We'll do everything we can to arm you. If needed, we'll intervene.
If you could intervene, why'd you leave in the first place? This is bullshit. Wasn't your father some famous war hero? I bet he's rolling over in his grave.
Watch your mouth, civilian. Things are tough all over. You know that.
She sounds South African.
Don't just stand there.
Never mind.
Ah, you. I remember you from the canteen.
Yeah, I guess.
From the fight in the canteen?
Maybe.
I didn't make a good...
You can really hold your own. I respect that. Aiden, right? Commander told me to brief you about faction matters. Missy welcomes you.
Who's Missy?
Who's Missy?
It's the name of the ship you're standing in.
Ah.
She played a key role during the revolution. Missy was meant to deliver drugs, masks, and other critical medical supplies, then return home. But by then, home was gone. She and her crew had nowhere to go.
And what about now?
Now, she serves as PK headquarters in Command Central. All directives are issued from right here.
Smart.
Okay.
Easier to defend than a building.
Exactly.
What was the fight about?
What did those survivors want?
Talking about our little argument? They want what everyone wants. Safety. Which I understand. But we have to keep our eye on the bigger picture here. And it pisses me off when people mention my father.
What was the deal with your father?
I don't mean to pry, but what's the deal with your father?
This again? Since you're new here, I'll tell you the short version. Classic
Please
story.
do.
Saved a bunch of his fellow soldiers, some civilians, and got a medal.
When was this?
Long time ago. Back when people were only fighting each other, and not each other and infected at the same time.
Ah, okay, so like...
Why you joined the military?
Pretty much.
He must have been very proud.
Sure. Why not?
Where is Major Matt?
Where is Matt?
In the field. He came across a lead in Old Villador. You gotta wait. See that board? I got plenty that needs doing and not enough men.
I already picked up a lot of that stuff,
We
so...
pay well. Medic, hurry! Fuck, that's Major Matt. Something's happened.
Oh, never mind.
Clear the way! He's bleeding out!
Fuck. Hader's in really bad shape.
Save him!
Take him to the infirmary! Summon the medics! We have to save him. Hang on, Ator. We won't let you go. You hear me? Get moving.
Totally
Better hope
yeah.
Hader survives.
There is going to be a lot of stuff that I'm going to need to pick up on how, like, all the factions and shit like that.
Juan would rather enjoy his cabin more than take care of that.
New sidetrack. Ator.
I recognize your uniform. You're one of those carriers, right?
Sure am. Need a message delivered?
No, I'm in the market for information, not sending it.
And nothing I can do for you.
So I hear. But, maybe your boss can help me?
Our guildmaster? Driscoll? Maybe. I don't know. He has the authority, but you'd have to be a very special case.
I don't know about me, but what I'm after is important.
You can try to speak to Driscoll, but don't get your hopes up.
Story of my life. Where can I find him?
In our headquarters, on downtown Court, inside the metro station that bears the same name. You'll know it when you see it. And Driscoll, you can't miss him.
That sounds good. Thanks a lot.
Alright, I'm gonna have a very fun... Oh, carriers is another... Actually, let's go carriers. Oh, wait, no, there's a... Ator was like... Fuck it. We had, like, a mission that was... Yeah, it's right over there, so... What are they gonna tell me from here? Because maybe there's a way I can help save him.
Fucking aches.
Cool. Learn more about what's
No,
Makuzi's.
Stephen. Some filthy herb grubber will decide my husband's fate. Is that why you got a medical degree? To go running to quacks for magic cures?
Listen, we don't have...
Isn't that the same...
Herbs are our only
Never
chance.
mind.
My husband has fought for you for years. You must get medicine for him, not some herbs that might poison him. Time to go, kids.
How is he?
Ator is strong, but he needs medicine, and that, unfortunately, we don't have. We did the best we could with what we have. After the chemical attack, some plants gained healing properties. They work like an antibiotic. But still,
You need better medicine,
people here have
is what you're
strong
telling me.
opinions about healers.
Yeah.
You can hardly blame them. The
Everyone
folk
has
leaders
strong
give sound
opinions
advice
about
that can
healers
prove
ever since
difficult to follow
2020.
correctly. Misremember something, gather the wrong herb, or use the wrong dosage, and instead of medicine, you administer poison. Which has happened plenty.
Because if somebody messes up one of the steps of the recipe, it could kill him.
Exactly. But it's enough to listen carefully to the healer's instructions and follow them. The herbalist I know, she's talented. She's Ator's only hope.
And what's his wife's problem?
Superstitions die hard. Margaret has helped many people everywhere. Some just don't want to admit it.
Okay.
Think I can help?
You'd be doing us a big favor. What happened in Old Villador, as far as I know.
So if he dies...
Exact.
Where can I...
On COVID Island. Don't worry.
Alright, cool. So we gotta get to a...
I thought our chances against renegades were pretty good.
Oh, hang on. Trade.
Supply can't touch real PK quality.
Okay, can we... Yeah, we can sell all valuables. There we go. There's a button right there. Let's just sell everything that isn't of, you know...
Yep, I'll take that.
Rare quality, so those are all low level. Relic, 4, 3, 4, 3. So that's a 2, so let's get rid of you.
Glad you offered me that.
4s. All right, so that's one-handed axe, one-handed machete, low stamina, power attacking, 150. All right, let's sell you.
Gimme.
Bolted mace, plus 11% power attack damage. Let's get you.
I'll be underwater on this purchase, but I want it.
Walking stick. All right, and then we have all this headgear. Okay, so we got all this gear that we don't really have a good. And then we have comfy trainers.
Come back for more ship-shape value.
All right. Any notices there? No, because we've already picked all of them up. All right, let's get out of here and let's try a side quest.
I hope Hader survives. He's one of our most dedicated men.
Okay, what? Why is there a... Welcome on board. The... Oh, god damn you. There's more thingy-majiggies. Gosh darn. I thought I was done in that ship. Turns out I'm not. What an idiot I was.
Aiden, don't just stand there.
Hello. Are you gonna...
Know what this is?
Nope.
These brass knuckles belonged first to Commander Lucas. Then,
Oh
they
my
passed
god,
on
that's
to Aiden.
so fucking on the
What
nose.
happened in Old Villador? It can't happen again. We have to save the city, Aiden. From the plague, from the Butcher and his men. Whatever they're planning.
Okay. But over the radio, you said you have information for me.
Yes, but before we get down to that, tell me, Aiden, what do you need this database for? What does it contain?
Information.
I'm looking for my sister.
What happened to her?
A long time ago, Waltz hurt her. He took her from me. And I want him to tell me where she is. If she's still alive somewhere. That's why I was looking for the GRE command center. To access Waltz's database on its servers.
So we have a common enemy.
Meaning?
Waltz. That's the Butcher's right-hand man. He pumps his men full of inhibitors. We can get them both. I brought you here because I know that a few GRE scientists are hiding out in the city. We picked up the trail of one of them right before the renegade attack.
Sounds promising.
Yeah. I don't... Oh wait, no, I do have the first Dying
We'll
Light, I
see
think.
what they know. If they're of no use, we'll find another.
Because I played it long ago.
Until you get the answers you're
But
looking
I don't
for.
know what I did with it, and I think it became free on another thingy.
Why are the former GRE in hiding?
They're afraid of the wrath of the people. People angry because the GRE spread the infection.
So it's true. The GRE brought in the virus.
Who else? They say they performed experiments in their bases. They brought in containers from Haran at night, in secret from the government.
Haran was the location of the first Dying Light,
In
I believe.
revenge, people captured the scientists and hanged them from lampposts.
And killed the only people who had a chance of finding a cure.
There is no cure, and there never will be, Aiden. That's GRE propaganda.
What do you want in return?
What do you want in return?
What do you think I want? The city has electricity again. The renegades are on the attack. For the first time since the war ended, they attacked our outposts in the city center. But new possibilities have opened up for us as well. Thanks to the electricity, we can fire up the biggest antenna in...
Right, you want to defeat the Butcher using rate?
In a way. Communication between settlements will be improved. We'll enlist more, and then it will be easier to find...
Okay.
Good. The Butcher attacked for a reason.
You alright, sir?
Maya will share our plan with you. Go see her as soon... Oh, you don't have to call me sir. To friend.
Okay. Jack?
Vader looks like a
He
pile
just
of ground
keeps
beef. What did that to him?
Aiden,
These renegades.
not for long. Once...
I'm not... Do you think they might be looking...
Never mind. This was all a waste of time.
Not
good.
Alright.
Thought our chances against...
Oh, they won't let me jump over things. Okay, so I just have to move through this normally. But, hey, at least it's moving the game forward.
Don't just stand there.
Matt told me to see.
Yes, a little reward for helping us peacekeepers. A UV flashlight. Could come in handy.
Nice.
Thanks.
The VN... Now that the lights are on, we can use the TV antenna to broadcast our call for mobilization. But first, we need to... What do you want?
Tell me more about this radio station.
It's the tallest building in Villador. Now...
Why do you say that?
That antenna could bring the city together once more.
Nothing good, I bet.
Damn right. We're hoping it'll be different this time.
What makes it so dangerous?
A volatile nest inside. Once, Night Runners tried to take it over. They wanted to use the antenna to connect all the... But they never even got close to the end.
Wait, wiped out?
That's the... Frank had it all but for his plan to have all hands...
And that did...
Not everyone believed in the... Not the plan. Those who heard the Night Runners screamed...
What happened to the...
Split up. Whoever led the descent was branded a traitor. And the Night Runners faded into it. We shouldn't waste time on the path.
Okay.
They would be, if Juan from...
I take it that...
He's been playing hide and seek. So look in on Juan, and when you do find him, I've got something to say.
Alright, so we got flashlights as a blueprint, which means that they're a temporary... Yeah. It allows you to repel and weaken all infected, especially virals and volatiles. Equip with the one, then hold the thing to use. Keep an eye. When it reaches you, you'll have to wait for it to recharge. Code until they fall to the ground. This makes them vulnerable for a few seconds. Cool. Nice. Okay, so if I hold one, I can just... And then if I hold two... I can change the medicine. If I hold 3, I can change my weapon. And if I hold 4... Nah, 4 doesn't do anything.
I thought our chances against renegades were pretty good. But now...
Hey, you! Want to be sent back to the Outlands? Keep that biomarker in plain view. Pay your respects to the missing ship.
Alright, let's go with the... What's matchmaker? Not matchmaker, not breadwinner. So that requires nighttime. A stranger called me, something in the diggy. So that's level 5 stuff, that's level 4. Meanwhile, Aitor... Oh, okay, so... Let's go with Aitor.
Hope we see some action soon.
Alright, 400 meters. Actually, is there a fast travel system, or am I dumb? Paraglider is required. Alright, so that's the Peacekeeper turncoat. Alright, here. Ah, okay, cool. So there's the landmark, there's the safe zone. And then we got a windmill here. Okay, so that doesn't look like there's a fast travel system here. We're just gonna need to run this nonsense.
I heard about Rose withdrawal from the island. I hope Matt knows.
My daughter fainted yesterday.
Patience. The delivery should be here any minute now.
Neutral territory. And I've also forgotten all the controls. Land on armor torizer to avoid climbing, drain pipes, dodging, the extended 2 eyes, holding tab. T is to use the flashlight. Hold to jump further. Kicking, monkey bars. Jump towards a monkey bar with strays. Push forward on W to traverse it. Stance meter. Swimming. Avoid sleeping biters. Bricks. Hold V to cancel the shot. Stay away from chemicals. Paraglider. Fast travel has been open menu to travel between active metro stations. Ah, okay, so it's metro stations that will do it. Using an active gas tank. Oh, there was a metro station in the thingy-madiggy. You've unlocked agents, representatives of wild card Villador factions, gain reputation by completing their thematic bounties and unlock their unique assortments. You can find agents by locating the thingy. Each chapter upgrade introduces new agents, enemies, and encounters. For each agent, only 3 daily, and 2 weekly. Yeah, okay. And then we got base camp, we got binoculars, blood ties, city alignment. Peacekeepers add combat-focused traps to a zone. Survivors build parkour helpers. With more control, get stronger, installs better structures around the map to see the city alignment. Combat basics, crafting, dark hollows and forsaken thingy-madiggies, electrical stations, the GRE access key, anomalies, inhibitors, investigations. Press Q to use your survivor sense. Okay, that's what I wanted to know, was the survivor sense. And then paraglider, S to pull up and stabilize the fall. Drains your stamina when you reach it, you'll lose control of flight. Roof grove, safe zones, stealth, UV light, we just learned about. We got air vents. Fly into an air vent using to get a... Fly over an air vent also replaces... It's possible to take off immediately from an air vent, stand on the vent, and hold Z to take off. And then we got Villador. What's your thingy-majiggy for encounters? We got co-op mode, windmill, and structures. Cool. Why are they here? And once more, I forgot. Once more, I still need to know what the controls are. Shit. Key bindings. Hello. Moving forward, so we can toggle the crouch with C. Jumping is space. Xing is to walk. Shifting is all that. All right. Actions. Loot, weapon throw, and finisher. Trade and what's have you. Senses are... kicking is E. Blocking is V. G is the crowd runner. It's 4 a.m. Time for bed. It's only 2 in the morning for me. And besides, I still got like another 10 minutes to figure this nonsense out. Paraglider Z. Switching your firing mode. Donk, donk, donk. Using consumable is H. So we got T, H. Cycle equipment. Where's the use access? Ah, okay, okay.
Standing around bullshit. Enemy!
I've forgotten many of the controls. I will be real with you. Damn you! I didn't pay attention to my health! Exploring indoors during the day is a bad idea. Come back at night when the infected are out on the street. Back to the last story point.
Work's not going anywhere. Tell me what's up with you instead.
Yesterday, my youngest said,
So, where the fuck is
I
this?
want to fit the renegades too. Not work on the boat like you and Daddy.
This is... I do not remember this part of the boat. Why am I here? What part of the boat is this?
So, got him?
What in the world? They gave their lives so we can live. Oh, okay, this is just a little place to... Be respectful. Alright. Not important. I want to check out... Because it looked like there was a metro in this area, and I probably should have, like, looked in there first. So, yeah. Also, Code, it's the night shift for you. Shouldn't you be, like, wide awake at this hour as well? I swear there was a metro here.
Until today,
Here we go.
I thought our chances against renegades were pretty good.
Oh, hang on. There we go. So this gives us like fast travel options. So we got Harper from the Night Runners. We got Jai's board, which is something. Another Jai's board here. So that's the downtown electrical station, which we might have already done. Then that's the carriers. The city is home to many organizations. All right, so this is... So we can get to downtown from there. That is an unknown location. Foster thingamadiggy. We need to get to the hero that's there. And then that's the put down, which is renegade territory. Ah, I see. Okay, so Old Vitalore is back up here. Where... Okay, so yeah, so we got Peacekeeper territory over there. This is neutral territory. And we got survivors over here, so we could easily put survivors there or something like that. And then over here is more something or other. So that's for the carriers mission. And then this is the fish market. Okay, I see what's going on. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Never the fuck mind. Oh, hello. Oh, it's the player stash. I see. Trick or treat. Ah, okay. So there's a trick or treat things. Never mind. Gosh darn it. I have gone an hour into this game, and I have just run to one location for, like, a cutscene, run to another location, get distracted, pick up several missions, and there is, like, 7 minutes to go. Also, hi there, Etch Lord. Ord, welcome to the stream. Sorry I haven't said anything proper. Like... Go, grab you, and grab you. Don't care about that stuff. Alright, let's... Okay, interesting that I can just wall ride and then just push myself up from the top. Another parkour challenge. Let's go for this thing. Go. Alright, so I need to go this way. So that's for nighttime. Can I get to this? Yes, I can. And then jump across to this. There we go. We found ourselves a Night Runner safe house. Let's repair this. Oh, this is a GRE thing. Hang on. Crazy. Can I go in here? Not from here. Okay. I probably have to get in there from another spot. Oh, this thing we can... Yep. There we go. Ah, okay. So if I wanted to go higher, I need to... Yep. Okay. Stay away. Oh, those were the THV chemicals. Okay. And then this is a weird location with more parkour challenges. Grounds. More neutral territory. Alright, cool. I'm in the right spot. Go. Open this. Cutscene.
It's an emergency. Somebody there?
Who's there?
I have a man in dire need of a healer.
She's asleep.
Will she be awake soon? It's an emergency.
It's also the middle of the day.
She's running herself into the ground because of those damned renegades.
Okay, I understand. But this really is an emergency. Please wake her up. A man's life is in danger.
It better be. If I find out he just has a hangover...
No, he doesn't have anything like that.
But you'll still have to wait. Haven't seen you before. How'd you know where to find us?
From the Peacekeepers.
Then you've come to the wrong healer. Get out. Haven't you all made her suffer enough?
What?
Do we have a visitor, Gerard?
It's a
What does it matter? Is a Peacekeeper's life of less value?
Listen, you arrogant little shit. Your people call healers like people fear he. Then one wrong move and you Peacekeepers are... So you ask if a Peacekeeper's life is worth less?
Well, I'm not a Peacekeeper. I'm only trying to help one.
All the same to me.
Let him in, Gerard.
So, there are some side quests that have no cutscenes or anything like that, and then this one looked like it did.
Shun folk healers these days. Using a folk remedy would harm his reputation.
It already has. He sent me to you against the wishes of the man's family.
And who is the dying man?
His name's Ader. He's a high-ranking officer.
Margaret, don't. If something goes wrong, you'll be blamed again.
But if this goes well, perhaps it's a chance to help more people.
Oh, she's blind.
Blamed again? What do you mean?
The last Peacekeeper to ask me for help blamed me for his own incompetence. Gave his wounded soldiers the wrong herb, despite my clear instructions. And several died. Blamed it all on me. I'm only still alive because Jack Matt deigned to be merciful. Decided it was a tragic accident. He spared my life, but took my eyes.
Oh, okay.
Does this mean you'll help me?
I'm out of the herbs you need, but I can tell you where to find them. You'll be looking for a flower called the You will be able to pick it up safely only, but it's not enough to simply... Only the small pet. Beware of the big ones. They contain...
Small petals heal. Big one...
We'll regret this.
Alright. Small petals, not big ones. But now comes the problem where I can't help until it's nighttime.
I need your help.
Sure you do. What's up?
I'm looking for an herb. It's called the recluse.
Oh, yeah. I'm familiar with it. I think those funny flowers grow by. That's where I'd look.
Alright.
It's a lead.
Alright, so I need to pick up some recluse. 100 meters that way. Cool. Hopefully I don't die in my little escapade. Oh boy, that's not good. Alright, where is the recluse? Oh, it's down below, isn't it? Oh, wait, maybe it's not? No, it is. Darn you. Okay. Oh, and there's a windmill here we could have used. Alright, 70 meters that way. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so recluse can be found around here then. Alright, so I just need to be careful of deadly flowers. Or deadly toxic. Okay, so that's one. Two. And then there's a third close by, which was over there. But I just need to be mindful of all the infected around the area while stealthing. There we go. Alrighty, I need to head that way. Okay, so I need to use the small. Oh shit, not good, not good. Do I have the UV shrooms? Yes, I do. No! Come on! No! No! Damn you! I just picked them up! Why would you do this to me? Respawn. Darn you. Oh, and now comes the... Time's up. Well... Barely any activity. I have been in this game for an hour, and there was barely anything done. Oh my goodness. Barely anything was accomplished in this game for an hour. That is kind of terrible. This is... Oof. Is there any... Like... Probably not what people want to see. Probably not all that great, quite frankly. If, you know, after an hour of play, you know, an hour of play, and what do we have to show for it? A little bit of running around, a parkour challenge, and picking up all these side quests, but completing none of them. Like, we... Oh. Ooh. Oh, I don't know about playing more of Dying Light, to be real with you. Excuse me. All right. Let's have a look at the roulette wheel. So, we have gone through 3 video games so far. We've gone through BioShock 2, which we finished. We have gone through Hades, which frankly, I'm enjoying Hades. I reckon if I go through Hades a little bit more, like offline grinding here and there, and like, you know, get practice, get experience, I reckon it could be pretty good. And then Dying Light 2. Hi there, Nano Gamer. Welcome to the stream. And I reckon Dying Light 2, not exactly appropriate for stream. Maybe if I'll probably slot that game, personally, for me, under the route of, hey, I want to play video games, but I don't want to play something on stream. Or I don't want to play something that's, like, you know, appropriate to stream, and I don't want to do offline grinding in one of my things. I'm just going to do Dying Light 2. I think that's what's going to happen with Dying Light 2. All right, I need to go to the bathroom really quickly. I am so sorry. I need to do a bathroom break. I really need to pee. I am so sorry, Nano Gamer, for you coming in just as I need to go to the bathroom. Bathroom break, BRB. I'm going to do a 30-second advertisement because I reckon it's only going to take me that long because it's just a piss. Be right back.
Lady, put a shirt on.
The Sekima of the Ardua. I care not where you came from, nor what caste you might have been there. All that matters is that you have shown
Let me just get a closer look.
Remain a friend to the Ardura, and you shall have nothing but respect from us.
I can show... There's a move gizmo, isn't there? Yeah, there is. All right. Oh my gosh, you can, like... All right, 0, 0, and 0. There we go. All right, so. Yep, and then I'm gonna uncheck the face part, so then that way I can have. I guess if you give a cat some fish, they'll want it on it with a glass of milk. Alrighty. I am back from my bathroom break. And did I leave this on just chat? No, I didn't. Alright. So it was on Dying Light. I'm just gonna do just chatting for the next little bit. But yeah. Where's my brain at? Come on, brain. You can do this. You can do this, brain. But yeah, so we've so far gone through 3 games. So, hey, like, BioShock took, like, no time whatsoever. Turns out we were really close to the end with that. We were really close to the end with BioShock 2. So that one was a really good success, in my opinion, in terms of, you know, going through this stream and picking up on video games that I forgot to get done and what have you, and giving them a college try. So, because that one took me only 15 minutes to do. Hades, I told myself 30 minutes. Oh my god, I went for longer than 30 minutes with Hades, and I really want to play more of it. I thought it was fantastic. Dying Light 2, unfortunately, was like the other end of that spectrum, where it was just like, it wasn't all that it was cooked up to be. Nice work on the 77% himbo there, Nano Gamer. Good job. But yeah, let's have a look at the next game that we are going to be playing. Because, yeah, I still have, like, another 9 games that we could be going through that I need to figure out, like, how far away I am from the end and such. I might only put, like, 30 minutes into the next one, though, to be real with you. Because, like, how long have I been streaming? Like, 3.5 hours? So, yeah. The next game is...
Doom the Dark Ages.
Doom the Dark Ages. Alright, here's what I need to do. I need to make it so that, next time, this thing isn't gonna, like, take forever to spin. Let's just go 10 seconds. There we go. Alright, so let's minimize that. Let's get on into Doom the Dark Ages, because that one I am familiar with. Doom the Dark Ages. Ding, dong. Just jumping from one D to another. So, also, what happened to my wallpapers? Did they just disappear? I think they did. Thank you for playing Doom. If you're experiencing instability at launch or while playing, please refer to the troubleshooting guide. Oh my goodness. We are aware of intermediate compatibilities with some recording software like OBS and various overlays. Please refer to the... Ooh. Why would you do... That's not good if you're telling me right at the get-go that it's probably not working perfectly. That's not good. Hmm. Indeed. Also, why isn't this doing the thing? Software, come on. Show yourself. Or are you just gonna freeze on me right now? Alright, we're gonna make this just a 30-minute experience, so 30 minutes. Ding. Bam. Do not show the hours. Okay. Ding. Run. So yeah, it should only take like 30 minutes to go through the going through one of the levels anyway, so shouldn't be too bad. But oh my god, this game is taking everything, like when you alt tab and such, so that's kind of crazy. I remember playing this when it first came out because it was like available on the Xbox Game Pass, but I think I was very meh on the whole thing. All right, the city of Ryul. So we latched ourselves onto the back of a Cthulhu-like being. Ah! Right!
Oxygen levels depleting.
Oh, shit. I didn't realize I had to worry about oxygen.
Creed Maker. Signal lost. Commander Thera. Signal detected.
Okay. Where the fuck is... Okay, am I just being, like, pulled through the tubes? Like, yeah, I'm just being pulled through the tubes. I have, like, no... I have no agency. There we go. I need to remember what the controls are as well. This is one of the disadvantages when you pick up more than one video game in a stream, is I am just in a repetitive cycle of, what have I not played? Oh my goodness, how in the world am I supposed to control in this game? Alright, so something is a thing. Where the fuck was the shrine? Oh, it's like back up there, isn't it? Alright, let's ignore that. Never mind, I have completely forgotten. Am I an idiot? Oh, I see what I'm missing. Okay, hang on. Ah! Slowly but surely, I'm figuring this nonsense out. Slowly, I'll remember the controls. It's a fucking Doom game. Like, how would I forget, you know, point and shoot nonsense? Seriously. Like, how? Oh, shit. That's not the intention. Although it does look like there is a way for me to... Never mind. Okay, probably not from... Oh! Ah! You idiot! I swear to you, I am not that terrible of a... Ooh, hello. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, cool. So it gives me a revive token, but you can only hold a maximum of 3, and I'm already holding on to 3. And you have to, like, do that. And this. Whatever the fuck that orbit does. Go. There we go. Alright, the, what's my piece died. Would you like to use a life vigil? Yes, because that's the first time I died. That is honestly the first time I died, and I did it without, you know, proper thingamadiggy. Cosmic Eye. Certain gates in the Cosmic Realm are locked with Cosmic Eyes. To open these gates, align the frame with the Cosmic Eye, and then shatter the frame with your saw. Oh, I see. So... okay. So there are going to be doors that I'm going to have to open and what have you. Hi there, Blue. Also, Blue, why are you awake so late in the night? Are you doing night shifts like Code the Yoshi is? Here.
The old one has returned. Woe to all who stand before him.
Oh, okay, so we broke one of the sigils, I guess? And then... gives us a... what the... why did you stop suddenly? That's weird. And then... go. Ah, okay, E. Yep. Sometimes I'm a genius, other times not so much. Look, it's a mixed bag with me. Also, hi there, Light Strife. Thank you so much for the anniversary celebration. I greatly appreciate it. When I first started this stream, I was not aware it was my stream anniversary. I have been streaming for the last 4 years, and I was completely unaware of that little detail. So yeah. So this is me doing the doing a stream because, you know, late night stream was going to be the thing. And right now I'm just going through games that I have picked up and streamed in the past, but never got around to finishing. I have picked up 4 games so far today, and the only one that's been done is BioShock, because that one was really, really close to the end of the game, it turns out, and I was not aware of that. So... Oh, hello. Oh, is this a new weapon? That looks like a new weapon. The Dread Mace. Hi. The Dread Mace delivers massive damage to your target and nearby enemies. It has a maximum of a single charge and will fill your guns to full ammo capacity on hit. Parrying Hell Surge attacks will accelerate the recharge of the What's-a-Mahoozy Mace. It has the longest recharge time between strikes of all your melee attacks. Picking up melee ammo will reduce the charge time. You can change your thingamadiggy in the dossier. Cool. Melee thing. Let's... Okay, so we're already on the Dread Mace right now. Dread Mace kills with the will draw additional health. Strikes deal increased damage to nearby demons. Riposte. Successfully parrying a Hell Surge attack when the Dread Mace is charged will grant you additional Dread Mace attack. This bonus swing is available for a limited time. It cannot be triggered for... Yeah. Nice. And then it gives me like full ammo. Hey, fantastic. Okay, so it has like a fairly quick... Oh. Yeah! That was good. So how's it going for you, Light Strife? You doing good? Alright, so there's a door over there that we can't open just yet. And... going? Where am I dumb? Where am I going? No, it's not you. Let's see, let's see. What am I doing differently? What am I doing incorrectly? Oh, hello. Oh, nice. Secret. Oh, wait, hang on. I need to go through here, and then that gives me the secret area. And then go through here, pick up the ruby. Do not use my melee, because melee is E instead of G of all things. Alrighty, grab you, so then that way this drops down. Then get on the thing. Oh. There we go. Open up a portal. Oh, that wasn't meant to happen. Okay, the Dread Mace does a lot of fucking damage. Kick. Low health. Not good. Not good. Go. Yeah! Increasing my maximum health. Go. Fuck you in particular. And gain my charge on the melee. And once again, getting stuck on something when I press forward on the mouse. I like this keyboard, but it's not perfect for the whole, you know, playing video games on stream thing.
Covenant with the Dark Realm is sealed. Now, their strength is our own.
Okay. Nope, you're not kidding me. Okay. Alrighty. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Also, I'm standing up for this little segment here because I can. Damn you! I feel like that's the trick. So. Okay, what am I not getting? Oh, controls, come on. So... must be... Oh, I see. That would do it. Okay, so... It wasn't a test of speed, it was just, you know... Do that, then. Oh. Yeah. Yep. That was dumb. I deserve a himbo feels for that. Here I was thinking I had to do like a bit of a speed challenge of like throw the thingamadiggy and do the jumps and such like that. And I just needed to like look around the box and see that, oh, you're meant to push it forward. Really set myself there. Hi there, Night Sky. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the happy anniversary. I am just doing my... Oop, hello. Hang on. This way. And then... Okay, cool. So that's another monolith activated. You doing good? I hope you're doing good. I'm doing alright. Go. Right through you. Like, this game is alright. It's not as, like, you know, like, crazy with asking for the amount of time and such like that, like, Dying Light 2 did. Like, Dying Light 2 was crazy. It was like, I gave it an hour, and I barely got anything done in Dying Light 2. This game, we've gone for, you know, so far, like, you know, half an hour we're putting into this, and a part of me, like, you know, I am absorbed, but I'm not chatty. Alright, where the... Hello? Oh, I see. Okay, hang on. Think, and then... There we go. So now... It opens this thing up, putting us here. But this, I can jump here, grab you, and then we've got... Oh, that's a arrow, that's... That? Yes, it is. Cool, so that's what it was. Oop. I didn't realize that was a nauseous cloud. But yeah, how's it going for you, Night Sky? It should be like the morning for you right now, shouldn't it? Should be encroaching into the morning. New toy. Excellent. No, so do not go down that way. The fuck is... Whatever the fuck that is. Great. Cool. Awesome. Also, you don't really have to line up the eyes much, do you? Hey, face cracker, let's go. Oh yeah, why am I quick? Oh. Go. water, please. You just woke up a bit ago, you're just blepping and having your... what's Mahoozy? Yep, fair enough. Your breakfast, that's the word. Go. Nice try, you fuckers. Yeah, no, this game, a little bit fun, but, you know, I am way too absorbed into it to make it, like, you know, a good streaming game because of that. The fuck is this guy? There we go. Ah. There we go. Is this the end of the game? Or is this the end of the chapter? Yes, it is the end of the chapter. Just in time. I probably could have, you know, gone to the, like, the upgrade station and check a few upgrades and what have you, but ugh. Oh my gosh. I am not awake enough to do like another hour of streaming. I'm gonna be real with you. It is 3 in the morning right now. 4 out of 10 secrets. Not a lot of secrets. We didn't get any codexes. Do we get a cutscene after this? Excuse me. No. Okay, so it just. Oh my god. So it. Oh, okay. So we have to press like. Choose a campaign slot to begin. Once you choose a slot, you'll be presented with difficulty options. Oh, okay. Cool. Going crazy. Yeah, excuse me. Throat. But yeah. I am going to pause that and, you know, recycle it. But yeah, that is... So that was our roulette wheel. So yeah, we went through a few games. We still have, like, another 8 to go. But in my opinion... BioShock 2, we got that done. Excellent, fantastic. When I'm done with Devil May Cry, maybe I'll go into BioShock Infinite because, you know, I've gone through the BioShock series and it makes sense to get the last one out of the way. We've got Hades, I reckon will be a nice one to get into and what have you. Dying Light 2, I'm not going to play that on stream. It has so much, like, just emptiness to it, and, like, I don't feel like I'm accomplishing a lot when trying to get through it and what have you, so there's that problem there. Doom the Dark Ages is okay. Like, I can see it as a fun game, but, you know, like, it's Doom. Like, it's just, there's not much to, like, you know, comment on and what have you. Like, it's very much just, you know, big man shoot gun at evil thing. Like, you know, what's more to say? It's not like with 40K Space Marines 2 where there was like some fun little, hey, I recognize like I kind of understand this thing, and then I was playing with Unnamed and there was like, you know, a little more context as to like, you know, some of the stuff that was going off here and there within the lore. But Doom has lore, I guess, but the problem is that it's not, like, it's like saying Dark Souls has, like, deep lore or something like that, or where it's like, yeah, that's true, but they don't exactly make it, you know, I don't know. There's just something about Doom the Dark Ages where it's like it's a fun game, but I'm just very much my mind is empty to it or anything like that. And there's just a lot that goes on in that game. I'm just not 100% with. What I mean by not 100% with it is just, you know, I'm not able to, like, you know, really dig into it either further of, like, doing any colorful commentary on it. I'm just going like, ooh, ah, screw you, ah, ee, brr. Like, I'm just making noises. I'm just making filler words when I'm going through Doom the Dark Ages. And it's like, I want to converse. I want to, like, have a reaction to some of the characters that, you know, talk or the events that happen in the game, but, like, that's not what's doing it for me. So yeah, it's a shame that, like, out of the 4 games that we've done, like, Doom the Dark Ages is in the same boat as Dying Light 2, which is just, oh, they're fun games, but, like, I don't want to play them on stream for different reasons. It's like, Doom keeps my mind occupied. There's always something going on, but I have, like, no time to talk or anything like that. I just do not have the brain power to do that while I'm being hit with, like, all this dopamine. Like, like, Doom the Dark Ages really does feel like a dopamine hit. Like, you know when you have, like, you know, a TikTok video going off and Subway Surfers is going off in the bottom? I honestly feel like Doom can almost end up being one of those kinds of cutscenes where it's like, oh, here's Subway Surfers, but Doom, where it's just you, like, you know, shooting a shotgun here and there. Like, it doesn't mean anything, but your brain just goes like, ooh, like, give me that dopamine hit. Meanwhile, Dying Light 2 is the opposite problem. There is just so much downtime. There is just so much just running around, picking up quest lines and, you know, just movement. Like, you're busy parkouring and what have you, and not really, it doesn't really feel like playing, weirdly enough, but it's like, I know I was doing things. I spent an hour in Dying Light 2. Like, you can see it in the VOD when it, you know, when I finish streaming. But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, and we haven't even gone into, like, some of the other games that I wanted to give, like, another try to, such as Pacific Drive, Armored Core 6, Blueprints. I know we haven't reached the conclusion of Blueprints with, like, the mysterious, like, you know, room, which I think it's, like, the 45th room or 46th room. We still need to get to that room. Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. We just got started in that. I think we're only in, like, Chapter 2 or Chapter 3 with that one. But I think we're at... So I want to maybe give that a trial another day. And yeah, Ninja Gaiden Sigma, Dark Souls 2. Like, there's a lot of games that are still in my... You know, I picked them up while streaming. But, you know, I've not done anything with them. So... Dark Souls 2, it feels very tempting getting off that list just because of... I got off of Dark Souls 2 because I kind of rage quit. And if I was to go back into Dark Souls 2, I reckon I would probably go into it with a fresh save rather than trying to recover from... from the old save and figure out where I am again and all that. So, yeah, maybe. I don't know what, like, Pacific Drive seems interesting, like, just, you know, exploring around and what have you. But yeah, these are all games that I will pick up another time. I'll be real, I'm probably gonna put maybe Hades as, like, my Saturday night one. I know I have the Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered, though, as well. Like, there's options. I have options for what to play in my Saturday late night, quite frankly. So I'm not going to do Death Stranding 2 or the Devil May Cries during the super late night because, you know, sure, a majority of my audience is American, but at the same time, I've already started streaming to, you know, in the particular time slot for Death Stranding 2 and for Devil May Cry, where it's suitable for Capricious for Devil May Cry, I and a few of the other peeps, so we're gonna leave that there. But yeah, I am going to say, I'm gonna say that's it for tonight, or this morning, actually. It's 3 in the morning right now, so we're gonna go and quickly raid out. So, from the looks of it, it looks like the unnamed Yeen is streaming right now. It looks like they're playing a little bit of Peak with some people. Who are they playing it with? It looks like they're playing with Victoria and Frack and Fox. So yeah, let's go raiding into them. We'll just do a short and sweet. Actually, hang on a second. Is anyone else in that like little group of 4 streaming right now? Is the question. Because if none of them are, then meh. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, it doesn't look like they're streaming. Oh, but there's someone completely different that I want to raid into. Are they chatty right now? Fuck it. We're gonna go raid into the Graphite Knight. So we're gonna go raid into them. I absolutely love their artwork. If you are not familiar with their stuff, but I'm surprised they're streaming. So we're gonna go raid into them, and we're gonna go with the long raid message, which is Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. And I'm gonna leave you to that. I'm gonna need to raid and dash after that because I need to get some sleep. But I also want to clean up my wavelength software because, you know, the mic the mic isn't, you know, properly using the audio filters within wavelength, because if I turn them on, they start doing like weird pausing and S's noises, so I need to fix that. And it sounds like the solution is to uninstall it, wavelength, and reinstall it, which I think is the right direction to go. But yeah, that will be it, and I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's late night stream that's now gone off into the morning. I greatly appreciate it. I will get a stream schedule out next week, but you can rest assured that I am probably going to be playing more Devil May Cry 3 on Monday, and then Death Stranding on the Wednesday. But otherwise, I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are, and hopefully I'll see you all Monday. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.